All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, talk about jumping the gun. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Vermont Recreation Reserve, where we've got the big Sunday traditional Premier Division clash between Vermont and Rowville. Last year it was at Rowville, and Rowville won the corresponding game last year by 59 points. This year's a little bit of a different story. Both sides are just going through a little bit of a poor patch of form with a couple of losses, and their win-loss record in the last 4 or 5 weeks hasn't been good. Both sides have got injuries, so I think it's going to be a very, very, very interesting clash this afternoon. Good afternoon. My name's Wayne Brasher, and joining me on pre-match this afternoon is a great team. It's a experienced team and a team that I love talking EFNL football with. And I'll start at the end. It's good afternoon to you, Matt Spider-Lee.
Good afternoon to you, Brash, and everyone that's viewing or listening. Great to be here out at Vermont Recreation Reserve, and a big shout out to Richard and Chopper on the gate, who did some great things and getting us some accessibility car parking, and also to the President, Danny Ross, who does a great job leading the troops down here at Vermont. But looking forward to the clash this afternoon between two teams that are in different contrasts, I feel, at the moment. One that's on the upward curve and one that's just in the middle of the pack at the moment, and they've got some concerns, probably more so with injury than their form.
Two fellas coming off double duty. Blake Tennant, good to have you on the panel after a good day yesterday down at Pioneers. I was just wondering about the road, mate. I got a bit lost myself on the road. Was it Ivanovic decided to go and plant some flowers in someone's garden or something?
He did. He let one rip as well. But, good to be here down at Vermont. I actually haven't been here in a long time, of course, as well. So good to be back here at one of the, very passionate and, rich history sort of club down here at Vermont. And, Brush, before you start, I do have a hot off the press sort of thing that happened yesterday at
community
Springfield.
Announcement.
Yes, and our great man, Ryan Long, media manager, does a terrific thing with what he's been doing, and he's had a hard day yesterday because we'll get it up if we can, Lee. But his car got hit yesterday, and we found some very shocking photos to see down at Springfield Park. So. We might introduce. Oh, sorry. I know you like to introduce.
I can. Yeah. Look, I don't know if my car got hit, but there it is up on the screen if you're watching on from YouTube today. So,
well, there's allegations of damage.
I came out to the car park at the end of the day after a great game. There's Whitehorse versus Kilsyth, very entertaining. Was in good spirits. Had a couple of beers in the social rooms after. We come out and I see this and I go, great. I've just had my car washed, and it's been a car that is in quite a bit of trouble at the moment. And then I come out and see that and go, great, well, there's some money more that I've got to work this out. But I parked behind the goals, Brash. There was a net there behind the goals, so I'm sure it wasn't a footy. I think someone has hit my car, and I don't know where, what's happened. But if you are watching, you were at Springfield Park yesterday and did see anything, give me a buzz. You can hit me up at rlong@evenot.org.au. But I just want to find out what happened to it, because I was very confused when I came out and saw that. So it's at the old the tape job at the moment, which it doesn't look great. It's not a great car anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. But I do not want to spend money on this car because it is very close to the scrap pile.
Well, it's the same as my car, and officially we're going to welcome the media manager.
EFNL Crime Stoppers update.
I just want to do the hot off the press just for a bit of Sunday fun today, Brad.
Fun for everyone else. Not as much fun for me, but.
And like I said, joining us also on the panel this afternoon is EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long, amongst all these trials and tribulations from yesterday.
Other than that, very great day out at Springfield Park. That they looked after us, of course, and it was the first time we'd been to Springfield Park since about 2018, 2019, before I was on the media team.
It was the first ever showing of the Unicorn.
Yeah, of the new van. So that does mean that it's easily over the 5 years that we've been down there. So Look, fascinating game. I know we've got a lot of talking points across all the divisions, so we might start at Division 4. Is that the game we want to talk about first? Or?
Well, you've just hit the nail on the head. We're going to hit that. We're going to hit the radio game straight up, Blakey.
Just before as well, we do have both coaches as well. Ben Wise at 1:30.
Yep.
And Matt Adolph, the Vermont coach, at 1:20. So
no worries.
Busy afternoon.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, let's kick it off with Div 4, and we will start off with the match of the day. It was broadcast yesterday on Radio Eastern 98.1 and on Facebook and YouTube and all those other streams that that people love to watch us on. And it was a very entertaining game between Whitehorse Pioneers 13-9-87 defeating Kilsyth 10-9-69. Daniel Hawthorne was probably the best on ground with 5 goals, and amongst the TikTok dance and the handstands and the waving of the arms, he was
in the crowd.
He put on a show yesterday in the forward line, but it was a very interesting game, and Kilsyth looked a bit rusty for mine, and also they moved the ball well, Ryan, but they don't have a key forward.
No, I thought that was probably their biggest issue yesterday, where on the flip side, and no Young for the Pioneers yesterday, but they did have Daniel Horvat there, reliable forward. When they got him one-on-one, that's usually when it worked out to their favour, and just a very underrated set shot on goal. And, a lot of them, we talk about this at all levels of football, even in the AFL. We watched a terrible game last night, Richmond Essendon. And
who won that?
The Tigers did win, which was great, but just simple things that, they weren't exactly, there were a few from the boundary and tough angles, but I think he kicked 5 goals, 1 Blake, and was really reliable up forward, where I don't think Kilsyth quite had that same target up in their end.
Well, as well, how I saw it was Kilsyth, they should have actually won. They should have been leading at half-time. That's just how I felt the game was. They had the ball a lot in their hands, but I felt like the Whitehorse Pioneers just took away from their turnover game, and they just killed them with turnovers. That's just how I thought the game was.
You're right, and I also think that probably in that time when Whitehorse were under pressure, I thought they were a little bit more economical when they got their hands on the ball. They didn't waste the ball like Kilsyth tried to. There was one incident I think that really summed that up in the last quarter, where Kilsyth go forward and then all of a sudden they run into a brick wall, and they tried to handball it to about 4 different guys and end up coughing up the free kick when they should have probably got a goal out of it.
Yeah, that's how I felt as well. I think if we counted the inside 50s, I reckon I counted maybe 9 inside 50s to Kilsyth, to maybe Whitehorse maybe 2 or 3. Like, that's just how I felt, for that second quarter. So,
but they play that ground so particularly well, Whitehorse, and I think that's the key to this, what happened yesterday. They use the ball a lot better. Kilsyth, we know there's been some question marks when when they do go forward. They haven't been as efficient with the quality entries that are going in, and it's their inability to kick big scores in recent times. So that's where their question marks lie. We know defensively they're okay, and midfield-wise they have the capacity to challenge you, but they just can't finish it off at where they need to, and that's in their forward line.
Blake, you were impressed with a young player by the name of Riley Burtsons. He kicked 3 goals yesterday in the forward 50.
Yep.
Had a look at him.
Only 18.
Yeah, I thought for a young man, I thought he handled himself quite well.
Yeah, he did, and Andrew Haining was, as he said on pre-game, he touched about the 19s. He's not too fussed about the wins and losses, which is totally fine for a 19s development sort of team. But he just wants to see the growth of his plays, and they found a good one in Burton as well, kicking 3 goals at the age of 18, turning 19 this year. That's terrific things to see.
I thought Harrison Prout in the back line played exceptionally well for Whitehorse, but also the skipper, the captain, the coach. I thought when you needed someone at a particular time of a contest just to steady the ship and get the momentum back on Whitehorse terms, you can't go any further than what Andrew Haining did. I thought, he didn't have, let's be honest, he didn't have a lot of touches, but whatever he did were qualities.
I definitely felt that. And they also pushed him forward. as well, which is another key factor of his game. That, yes, the game's maybe going, not his way at the moment, just with the age and how fast things are going these days, especially Div 4. I know it's Div 4, no disrespect, of course, but I feel like it's maybe the game. I don't know. We've seen Andrew Haining. We don't know, of course, but that's a story for him to tell. But he played pretty well.
Ryan, one of the key movers and spider for Kilsyth is Ryan Goodinson.
Yeah.
He was good for the first quarter and a half, but I think for the rest of the game he was well held and shut out of the contest and really couldn't get into it in say after halfway through the second quarter.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he was pretty quiet by his standards. I thought their most dangerous forward was Luka Vanovic, and maybe that was more because that second half he ended up getting onto I think 3 goals in the end and was probably a little bit more lively than their other forwards. But he's not at all.
His brother was
Daniel,
tagged.
yeah,
He got tagged.
who started the game well.
Yeah.
I just think when you compare them and you look at Chernside Park, they've got Corsi up forward, Ficarelli so dangerous, and they've got a lot of other contributors. And then for Whitehorse, when we talk about Whitehorse, Young didn't play, Young and Horvat are as good as a duo as you can get up forward. Just don't know if Kilsyth have got those answers up there, which we'll find out. They've got a massive test in the next month. They've got Chernside Park twice. They've got to go back to Springfield Park to play Whitehorse again. And they've got to play a Warrandyte side who, besides yesterday, are an informed team. So, look.
Probably got the hardest run.
They do. And if they do make finals,
they're going to deserve it.
Yeah, clearly earned it.
Yeah, and I just think, I think at the end of the day, they really they are really missing McNay, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a problem for them all year. I mean, when you got your X factor player that's not there, it really shows some holes in your side. I mean, if he's playing, what he brings to that lineup is so much, and there's another couple of wins there, right there and then. If he is playing, we just know with the league best and fairest that he's won and provided performance over the last few years and for such a long period of time with consistency.
Let's move on now to the clash between Forest Hills and Bulleen Templestone. It was a great win for Bulleen Temp, their best ever win in the competition in their first year. 26 goals, 18, 174, defeating Forest Hills 9-4-58. Great fillip for the club. That's their 4th win for the year, considering they've come into the competition. If you look at them over the season so far, they have been competitive in a lot of games.
Yeah, ticked a lot of boxes, haven't they, Ron?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, when you look at it, Tom Davis getting on the end of 9 goals, that's a pretty fair day for him. And I had a feeling they might blow him out in the end, not probably by the extent of 116 points, but they are a side who can take a couple more scalps, Blake, on the run home. Is Blake all good?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, I just want to touch on as well. I think we've got to say hot off the press too. Forest Hill Reserves finally had their first win.
That's good.
On the weekend, which is great. They were down by 14 points at 3/4 time. So, great win for them. Unfortunately, they didn't have maybe...
Well, they've made the right moves.
They didn't have a key ruckman in their side.
They've made the right moves. They've
with a headband.
They've worked out the problem, got rid of him, and they get their win. So,
but look, getting back to Bulleen Templestone, it's been a great story. They've really showed some promise during the year, and they're certainly going to grow as a team, whether they play finals or not. So if they can, perhaps win 6 or 7 games for the season and shape the 4 and not make the finals, they'll probably walk away pretty satisfied. Look, obviously, if they could sneak in there, they'd be happy. But I think at this point in time, I don't think finals are probably they're probably out of the question. But they could sneak in if all the mathematics went their way.
Well, they could probably still finish 5th even.
Which would be great.
Fifth's not off the cards for mine.
No, it's not. No.
Considering Kilsyth's draw.
Do you feel like it's a development year for Bulleen Temp?
It's a development year
is that a half
for the future. No, well, it's a development year in a way of they're looking to the future. Like they didn't, they could have finished anywhere this year, and it's a bit of a have a look and let's work out where we really fit in this competition. But they're a club on the move in the next few years. They're a club that could easily go up the divisions very quickly, not too dissimilar to what Park Orchards did back when and South Belgrade did when they joined the competition. Yeah.
Let's just say, I think if you compared Croydon North Emlock's first year and Bulleen Temp's first year, it's chalk and cheese. Emlock didn't win a game in their first year. They've already won 4 games and still there's some still winnable games for them. that could see them finish 5th. They're, like I said, they've won 4 and lost 7, and in at least 4 of those 7 losses, they've been within 4 goals. So I think they're on the right track, and
they're going to be an attractive proposition for clubs, for their club for recruiting purposes. They'll be able to go and get the right players when they need them, and they've got a good junior program as well.
Don't know if you can call this one an upset, but I think a lot of people would. The informed Warrandyte went up to Hughes Park yesterday with Croydon North Hemlock coming off the bye, and Croydon North Hemlock have shocked Warrandyte by 27 points, 10-16-76, defeating Warrandyte 7-7-49. And I guess when you look at Warrandyte's form, you're thinking, jeepers, they've won 6 of their last 7. They're on a roll. And Croydon North are coming off the bye, and you normally expect the side to be a little bit rusty, but Croydon North weren't having any of that, Ryan.
Oh, they've got a point to prove. They are desperate to play the final series this year, and we talk about their run home. We compare it to Kilsyth. I think that they've just got to win the games they're expected to now, which they've got Forest Hill again. They've got Bulleen Templestowe twice, and despite that is a danger game still for
But even
them,
if they can halve one of those games with Bulleen team.
Well, yeah, because now they are on equal points. And with Kilsyth losing yesterday, and if Kilsyth do keep losing to those top sides, the 4th spot is theirs, which is incredible for a side that we've talked about a lot. It'd be great to see them make it.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, I think they're, to beat an informed Warrandyte, I think is really, really good for
and
them.
No Leotamat. Yes,
no Leotamat. That makes it even more impressive.
We're just going to change tact for a little bit, and joining us for the first time, not this year, but this afternoon, is the coach of the Vermont Football Club, Matt Adolph. Good afternoon, mate.
How you going?
Well, and how are you going?
Yeah, we're going well. It's good to be in here, considering how windy it is out there.
Yeah. Matt, I'll address the elephant in the room. I was reading the newsletter and I'm having a look at the injury list of Vermont, 25 senior players. Not a healthy spot for a club of this ilk to be in at this stage of the season.
No, it's not. And the frustrating thing is, it's I think I don't think we've got any soft tissues. So they're all collision or rolled ankles, shoulders. Yeah, the list goes on.
Yeah. Look, you've had to fight very hard over the last month, in terms of win-losses, close wins against Berwick and Mitcham, and then, a couple of performances where you've been blown off the park a little bit. I guess it's very hard, when you're chopping and changing the side, trying to find that consistency of performance.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I suppose the pleasing thing out of that is that you get to play kids that have come up from the 19s. I think we had a turnover of 19 kids come up to our senior list this year, so it gives opportunity for those guys to see where they're at and give them a taste of senior footy. But our luck, it's definitely no luck on our side so far. We've finished every game with blokes missing on the bench, so we just keep working through it. Shows the young fellas a bit of resilience as well, like when things start getting tough. But credit where credit's due. Some of those sides have put us in those positions to play that way and got close. Like last weekend, Doncaster East, they were a different team after half time, and we probably went into our shells and thought we had it won to a certain extent. But we've just got to get better as a side moving forward.
And you mentioned the 19s as well, and they had another good win here today, this morning, and I think they're sitting second on the ladder. So you've been able to obviously got with such a fantastic junior program, and it comes into the 19s. And talk about some of those guys who have now come into the senior level, and obviously it's a bit different when you play seniors. It might take them a bit to get going, but who's impressed you so far?
So we've had Jakey McLean the last couple of weeks, played on a wing for us. He's got some speed. He's courageous, good overhead. Charlie Bryant came in for his first game last week, which talk about adversity. The kid's had 2 ACLs and didn't play at all the last 2 years, and gets an opportunity last week. This week as well, not a junior kid, but a kid that's been around our program for a couple of years in Sam Mail, debuts today. So he's been playing really good in our reserve side. So those three probably stand out. I mean, Oscar Cafiso's available to play 19s at the moment. He's part of Eastern Rangers program as well. He'll come in today and play a role for us, which is exciting. But yeah, I mean, the list goes on. But yeah, we're excited with what these guys are producing. I think there's 4 17s kids playing in the 19s this morning. So even our 17 and a half, I think there's 2 sides. So they're pretty competitive in the junior levels as well.
Yes, indeed. Blake Tennant here. I just want to touch on as well. You know, you talk about the injuries, but the man I want to know, are we going to be seeing him in the purple and gold? Is Buxton, Liam Buxton? Is he potentially going to play? I know did his knee cut round 1, but what's the go there? Are we going to see him back? Or
if it was Liam's decision, he'd be playing today, but it's not. Yeah, well, it's a week by week proposition at the moment. He's got to tick a few boxes in terms of getting a bit of strength around that knee, so we don't put him out there and put him at risk. But we'd like to think that we'll see him before the end of the home and away season for sure.
And also, he wanted me to touch on, but how much is Brett Lavar's been to your coaching panel? I know he just joined, of course, but I had to. He wanted me to mention that.
Did he? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Brett would want to get a mention. No, he's been really good. I suppose for me as a first-year coach, get someone with the experience of 6 years coaching his own side, always good to sounding board to ring him up any time of the day. He always rings me back, and he's got different ideas that I do. So, yeah, he's been really good. He brought in Dale Watkins as well from Rowville, he's been outstanding for our group as well, and obviously Warwick Dixon's the other coach as well, which has been a great addition to our coaching crew as well.
Good afternoon, mate. Great to have another chat to you during the season. Look, good luck this afternoon. From a coaching perspective, on the whiteboard, very shortly you'll have a team meeting. What are some of your key messages to your very young playing group today coming up against a very experienced Rowville team?
Yeah, look, mate, I think it's pretty simple. We just need 22 blokes to win their position today. Like that, I had my meeting before coming here, and that was as simple as it gets. If we get more blokes winning their position, it goes a long way to us winning the game. But it's going to be one around contest. It's going to be a territory battle. These conditions make it a little tricky as well of what teams will do against you when they're with it and when they're against it. So, yeah, I think it's just 22 blokes just having a crack playing their role and don't go outside of that.
When you've got a young playing group and you're coming up against this experienced Rowville team, how analytical do you get in terms of giving them the information to about some of these Rowville experienced players, to some of the young guys? Do you try to strip it back a little bit to try and not overload them with the information going into a game like this today, because you want them just to go out there and give that best effort, or do you have to actually feed them enough information so they are aware of some of the players they might come up against?
Yeah, look, you've got to give them a little bit of information, but as you said, the message overload, if they get caught up in the message too much, then you don't get the best out of them. So it was important that we understand where Rowville's at. I mean, the last 2 weeks, they're probably not the side that we know and the calibre of players, but they've got a young crew that are coming through similar to us as well, that are got a lot of leg speed, apply good pressure. Probably the conditions, I don't know if it's the conditions or what you read into it, but the last 2 weeks they've gone at 50% efficiency by foot. So the message for me was if we apply enough pressure, we'll get enough opportunities to turn the footy over, but it's about being composed going into our front half, so we can give our forwards a chance too.
And that has been a little bit of an issue and concern when you have had that opportunity to go deep forward. You just haven't had that opportunity to really give yourself a chance to score. So you're going to have to play a little bit of a different way in terms of tempo and speed today.
Oh, definitely. And that's, I mean, Roville want speed on the ball. We'll probably try and dime that as much as we can. But also, I've put it on our forwards that we're seeing it bounce out of our forward line a fair bit, which we need to lock it in there and create stoppages, because once we create a stoppage, we're pretty good around stoppage, and we create our own opportunities from there. But yeah, it's on the forwards just to, as soon as we get it in there, we've got to make sure we lock it in there. But in saying that, last week I think we had 32 inside 50s. You're not going to win too many games of footy when you have 32 inside 50s. So we've got to make sure that our work rate's across the whole 4 quarters, and we just don't come here and play half a game of footy and think that's acceptable in this competition, because it's not.
Matt, Sam Wiedemann's obviously coming to the side. He's been injured and he's come back, and obviously a focal point. If the ball's not going to get, if you're having problems getting the ball down to him this afternoon, do you think you may have to play him up the ground, maybe at centre half forward, to see if you can generate the ball coming from the back line more direct to him at centre half forward?
Yeah, I think so. He naturally gets up and be an outlet for us across centre wing anyway.
Yep.
So it's probably just once we get it in deep, he's getting it to his advantage. I don't think we've helped him with the type of entries and all that kind of stuff. In saying that too, like we've got Zach Thiessen and Noel Burke that can take a catch as well, and young Oscar Dunn. So it's going to be a bit of trouble for Roville, I think, in terms of our tools, but we just got to get enough supply, and I've put on in the mids today that we've just got to at least halve the contest around the ball today so we get enough supply in there.
And finally, look, I think, Roville's forward line's pretty potent, so it's going to be really important for Wilcox, McCafferty and James Ross this afternoon. They're really going to have to be right on their mettle because they love creating space, and especially with Matty Davey, who loves to freeload through that half forward, full forward line. Your back six are going to have to be real tight today. Yeah, well,
the last couple of weeks our back six has probably stopped us from getting blown away by sides, because the amount of footy that's come into our back line has been huge. So I've got confidence that our back six will hold up, and yeah, hopefully we get a bit of a run from behind, and that sort of generates our ball movement from there.
Well, Matt, thanks a lot for coming up and joining us this afternoon. And look, hopefully by 5 o'clock this evening, Vermont have chalked up another win. I'm sure it...
Put a smile on Brush's face, mate. He's been down in the dumps, and we've been feeling it. We've been hearing about it. He hasn't been the same up and about the Eagles.
No, we're right.
Yeah, so... Once again, look, thanks for giving up your time, and hopefully we get to chat to you again before the season's out.
No worries. Thanks, boys.
Have a coach of Vermont, Matt Adolph. Thank you, Spider, for your words of encouragement.
I had to mention it. Come on.
That's okay. I haven't got no issue with that at all, because I have been feeling a little bit like that. Well, the senior coaches just keep rolling.
Coming in, yeah.
They just keep rolling on, and joining us now is the opposition coach, or the coach of the Rowville Football Club, Ben Wise. Good afternoon, Ben.
G'day, guys. How are we?
Not too bad. Look, Ben, I would say the last couple of weeks probably disappointing losses, but the fact is that Rowville have been in both those contests, so those wins could have gone your way as well.
Yeah, look, a little bit disappointing. Probably more the Noble Park game, just with our performance. We just let that one slip. I don't think we played well all day, and that was a reflection of how the game finished. And they, getting momentum against us again out at the Bullring is always hard. But against Baldwin last week, I thought. We were a little bit undermanned in terms of the people that got hold of us within the game. Obviously our key backs are depleted, and to have Sam Durden get a hold of us was always going to be trouble.
Well, the thing was, in terms of, you were probably, you're in front. You're like the horse, mate. You were in front for most of the afternoon, and they've come from behind and just pipped you with about a furlong to go. And one running away by a length.
Yeah, so it's we obviously had a couple of concussions during that game, early in the game, which took rotations out, and then we had a couple of boys that we had no bench from halfway through the third, so that was obviously a telling factor, and it sort of limits what you're able to do late in games to stop momentum. And they're a quality outfit, and their key players stood up in important times of the game.
It's funny you should say that, because there are a lot of coaches that we've been speaking to, right, that are saying the same thing. They're not finishing the game with 4 healthy players on the bench. Their players down before half-time or quarter time.
Yeah.
Is the intensity gone up again?
Yeah, look, it's good footy, and it always has been. Like, we're playing so much faster than what we were 10, 15 years ago, and I think you're not sort of carrying as many players within your list. There's talent that we bat so much deeper at the level now, which means when kids come in and they're going to 90% of them are going to have speed, So yeah, it's a young man's game out there at the minute.
And of course, you've had obviously some changes, some guys away, some injuries as well. But you do able to get some younger players in. Blake Chambers is another one, Eastern Rangers boy. Mitch Gamble came in last week. Talked about some of those guys and getting their chance to experience some senior footy too.
Yeah, it's as I was saying just to the boys, it's amazing the amount of outs and the amount of people that we've got out of the side, especially experienced players, and we continue to bring in kids with high talent. Obviously, Chambo just missed out on Vic Metro at Eastern. High quality kid, uses the ball really well, really smart with ball in hand. So, really excited to see him. I probably haven't seen a great deal of him, but yeah, it comes with a huge reputation from the NAB League. And then Tommy Swainston gets his chance today as well, which is a bit of a hybrid. You know, he marks the ball really well, runs really well. And he uses the ball really well. So he's been playing across half back. I may not use him there today, just due to what we've got with our side and our needs. But he's able to affect the game wherever we put him.
I think we've got to say as well, Troy, of course, looking after us, of course, as well. But I want to touch on, Ryan mentioned it as well. Were you happy with the players, some of the players leaving? Or I know it's their choice, but and when are we going to be seeing them back in the brown and gold as well?
Yeah, so it's not ideal. It's not ideal. You'd love your senior players to play there, but as I've said, they told me pre-Christmas they'd obviously planned that trip a long way out, and that's all I ask, so I can prepare for that. Would have liked to be a little bit better position-wise. We dropped a few games before they went away. If we had been in a better spot, it would have been a bit more easier to deal with. But we've just had one of those years. And look, I'm not a coach to stop people to go get life experience anywhere. And if they want to travel, they want to travel. And they were good enough to let me know really early in the piece.
Yeah, and just on the footy front as well. It's been a inconsistent, of course, beating East Spring on a couple of weeks ago. We were there, of course. But how have you found the last 2 weeks? I know Brush mentioned the ball and, how have you found, a tough loss to Berwick, of course.
We've been pretty inconsistent all year. Consistently inconsistent.
but knocking off East Springwood, which, obviously Berwick did that yesterday. So,
I think if we... you look at earlier in the year, we had a lot of consistency with our playing list, and then obviously things started to just unravel. Whether it's VFL go out, people obviously go away. I've had a lot of injuries, so when you get inconsistency with your selection, and people are coming in and out, like I've probably had 5 changes every week. We played 45 players and had 5 or 6 debutants, so that's a lot by around 11, 12 in the year. We haven't reached sort of 42, I reckon, for the last 3 or 4 years. So once you get that, it tests our depth. We're lucky our 19s are playing well. They obviously lost today, but they're on top, and our 2s are consistently having a crack and being up top of the ladder. So our depth of our squad's really big, and it just gives great opportunity. So that's probably why you see the inconsistent performance, just because you've got so many players that are new to playing senior level.
Good to chat again, Wisey. Good luck this afternoon, mate. Well done on the new couple of years appointment too, mate. That'll just increase the money bank balance a bit. You'll give you the highest paid coach. You'll be catching up to Chris Fagan soon.
I don't know about that, mate.
But let's get into today's game. Let's have a think about the key messages, what you want to get out of today. What are some of the key elements in today's performance that you're really looking towards in terms of getting that 4-quarter perfect performance?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, you just got to play your role. We're a very system-based side. We want to move the ball a certain way, and there's certain elements of the game that we really want to sort of knuckle down on today. Being a small deck, you really got to win. Your centre clearance work's got to be strong, and your stoppage work around the ground. But obviously, at the end of the day, it's a contest and pressure around the footy, and then being able to execute with ball in hand. They're the 2 things. But if we adjust to the conditions well and play smart when you're either against the wind or with the wind, I think playing to instruction is going to be a big one.
They're going to go very young. We spoke to Matt Adolf just a moment ago. What sort of things do you know about their young list and their playing group? Because obviously you had to have researched pretty deeply in terms of what they're going to present this afternoon as well.
Yeah, look, we went through it. There's a lot of guys that I don't know too much about.
Is that sometimes a good thing, though, that you have to learn on the run a bit from a coaching perspective as well?
Yeah, a little bit. Like they play a certain way, and we know what they try and do, and the things that they sort of want to instrument, especially from halfback and mid forward. So we'll just get our matchups to their keys, as we always do. Like, obviously, Wiedemann and their talls, Thiessen and Burke are pretty pivotal for them forward of the footy. So we just got to make sure that we're halving those contests. But, yeah, look, in terms of knowing too much about them, like that, they might be young, but I reckon my average age is 22.
Yeah, it's a good average, though. It's normally the sweet spot, isn't it, for a young playing list, for a group like you've got?
Yeah, well, I've got, there's probably 10 blokes on my side that are less than 10 games experience. So, like they're high talent, but, yeah, in terms of experience of game time at senior level, they are very inexperienced.
Matt Martini playing some really good footy this season. You must be impressed how he's going with his consistency.
Yeah, mate, he's been huge. He's, coming from East Burwood and being the it man, I should say. He played on ball and did everything and anything he wanted, really. He had that licence to be that impact player. He's come in and fit into our system really well. Mate, he's a great kid. He listens, his team first mantra when he thinks, and he just plays his role and he impacts games really well.
Yep. You go.
Ben, look, there's a couple of players I want to talk to you about, right? Yep. And I reckon this young man, right, has really gone, has become one of your more pivotal players in the back line, and I think he announced himself on the job that he did on Cal Koski in the grand final of 2000 in Jesse Eichhoff.
Yep.
Fantastic black bloke off that back pocket line. Yep. He doesn't get much fanfare like compared to a lot of your other players, but he does a lot of work that the unrecognised work, which is really important. When you've got a star team.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely not underrated in my book, and especially around the footy club. Yeah, Jesse's last year he went overseas and. For 6 weeks, I think, or 5 weeks, and that sort of it's probably the mental side last year, like always thinking you're going away, 2 weeks out, do you not play, do you play? And he sort of had an okay year last year, but off the back of being away for most of it. And then I sort of said to him this year, make sure you have a really good pre-season, make sure that you, do the work and put on some size. I think that's one area that he could have got because he was quite wiry. So, mate, he's worked extremely hard. He's been one of our most consistent performers over the time I've been coached. We've been giving him big jobs for 4 or 5 years now and very rarely gets beat. Plays on the Charlie Haley's, Kalkowski's, and then plays on the small nippy guys that can move and crumb really well. So, yeah, mate, he's elite, and we value him very highly.
And Matty Davey, and look, not only did we see him in East Ringwood, right, and he comes on as an impact player, but I've watched him do this in quite a few games on how you use him. Yeah. In fact, it's probably the perfect position. If you've got a player of his ilk, he's playing the perfect position. Would you agree?
Yeah, mate, he's obviously a well-regarded player when I came to the footy club. He's been a great support to me, 34 years of age and probably playing the best footy of his career, especially the last probably 3 years. So, yeah, where we use him and what role he plays, he's one of the best people to have in your side, the camaraderie, the jokes. He's a very clever player, but he's probably one of the most hardest workers. He's always a top 3 in the running, pre-season time trials, and he may be wiry built, but he's probably one of the hardest players I've seen go at the contest.
Well, Ben, we could sit here all afternoon and go through the whole list, but we'll let you go. But easy. Once again, thanks very much for giving up your time. And
no worries.
And it's this clash it's a perennial Sunday clash now, and it's always a great clash between the two sides. Yep. So good luck to Roville this afternoon, and maybe by 5 o'clock you could be on the winner side.
Yep. Congratulations on your 2 years too,
by
the
thanks,
way.
Mate. Really sucked me in for another couple. Well done. Have a great call, guys.
Newly appointed for another 2 years, Rowville coach Ben Wise.
Mate, he'll be there for another 10 if he gets a couple more flags. He'll be building a statue of him out there.
Well, gents, it's good. It was good talking to the coaches, and it was in a much more relaxed atmosphere of not a normal Saturday game where we've got a little bit of time and we can throw a few extra questions at them. And both coaches have been really forthcoming today, so I've really enjoyed the chats with them. We're going to take a little break just for a couple of minutes and have a few ads, and then we're going to get one of our team members, Davis Harrigan, to join us for a couple of minutes and talk about a special photo that he took yesterday.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The big clash this afternoon between Vermont and Rowville here at Vermont Recreation Reserve. We're 10 minutes into the third quarter here in the development game. It's Rowville 3-7-25 leading Vermont 3 behinds. Joining us now is probably one of the doyens of EFNL photography.
The best in the business, they call it.
One of the best in the business. And if you've seen some of the photos that this young man has taken, you'll agree, right, that this bloke knows how to take a photo. And it's lovely to welcome to the broadcast this afternoon our chief photographer, Davis Harrigan. Good afternoon, Davis.
Thanks, Brash. Yeah, well, put it this way, the doyens, I feel a bit of part of the furniture when my first game was in 2014 for the league, and I'm still
but you've hardly been on, mate.
I know, yeah, very limited chance when I'm out there on the boundary and not doing anything else.
So you've got something special to share with us this afternoon?
Well, partly today is game 50 for the season, but something else happened because I was watching and scrubbing the footage from the women's match of the round yesterday between Eastern Devils and Ferntree Gully, and obviously we know Brie Carter got best on ground, and later that day, because I'd spotted the best on ground voucher, she said, oh yeah, I did the bow and arrow again, and I wish you were there. So for context, a few weeks ago we did Mitch and Ferntree Gully's the women's match of the round on June 21st, and it just so happens that I was there and lined that up. And just to the end of the first quarter, it was just like, oh yeah, she's going to kick a goal. She ended up kicking that goal. I nearly turned and tuned away from it, and as you can see on screen, she's gone and done the bow and arrow. And turns out I'd actually captured it in full. So I've gone to her later. Oh yeah, I've actually taken this shot, and she was like, oh my god. So not only has that become the second most liked post for me this year, but I decided to be a little bit cheeky with the caption and say, oh yeah, Xavier Dursman's come to the EFNL. No, it's just Brie Carter doing this. Turns out someone has commented and tagged Xavier in the comments, and he's actually gone and liked that photo. So the AFL came to the EFNL. We didn't actually realise until she did it last night. We were chatting. She did a bit of sleuthing, and turns out, yeah, she's actually liked it. So whoever did that, thank you. That was absolutely a fantastic moment, and it is definitely in my top 5 photos this year already. I'm not going to start naming numbers, but there are a lot of photos out there this year, and I'm keen to share a lot more. I'm partly biased. There are 2 Blackburn photos in that top 5. So
don't be biased.
What's number 1?
Number 1 is probably going to be Will Oglethorpe's Anzac Day goal. That was iconic, came up in the milestone post, and as soon as he kicked that against South Korea, I knew it was a fantastic goal, because the coverage actually panned towards the goal, and I was just there, and I thought, if he kicks this, he's going to celebrate. All the Blackburn supporters were behind me as well, so it ended up being a fantastic kick. That is probably number 1 on the list at the moment.
Probably disappointing that you weren't there for that big grab that Woodsy took, mate.
Well, I looked at it and I just went, and then Dylan, Joe's boy from Field of View, we both messaged each other and went, oh my God, the one game we didn't go to, we would have absolutely nailed it. That mark, I didn't know about it until later on. That mark is still something to behold. Like the fact that he didn't even have a step ladder behind him, basically. He's just got up off the ground and marked it.
He held on to it too.
He literally held on to it. And
is that the best you've seen?
Woody's not a short boy, and he's stepped on it. I reckon
he just ran out of rungs. There wasn't anything else to step on.
And there was nothing to stop him falling down as well. I'd certainly say it's one of the best, probably one of the best marks I've seen, because I've seen a few in my 11 years and now 521 games after today with the league, so I'm going to rate it very, very highly.
But what's the key for a photographer to capture that moment? I mean, what for you? I mean, sometimes it's just the instinct and you click and it
definitely instinct.
It comes. But is there one thing that you've been taught to actually look for? Is there something that you get into position ready and go, okay, something's going to happen here? And you do it. I mean, there's obviously some sort of motivation for it. I mean, some of the best, Michael Dodgers and the Mickey Kleins, they just do it for a living, and obviously that's your aspiration as well. But you do it for the passion. But there must be a method to the madness.
Well, I actually spoke to Michael Wilson at an AFL Victoria Awards thing. This was several years ago, and he actually mentioned a shot that I'd taken in an international comp. He said, "It's a good photo, just crop it closer." So I've kind of kept that in mind when I'm shooting a lot. It's partly instinct and luck. It's partly positioning. Like, I'm not going to be able to predict everything that's going on, so I like to. That's why I position myself in the centre of the ground a lot, so I cover it. And then it's just about. It's really hard about whether you're going to find the frame, or you're going to get someone kicking it, you're going to get someone tackling it, marking it, all that sort of stuff. It's very hard to tell. So I'd say it's a little bit of luck, and the rest is just experience.
Well, Davis, you've enlightened us again this afternoon and given us a photography 101 class here for us budding amateur photographers. But look, once again, the work you do, mate, is fantastic. And once again, you're one of the experts at capturing the moment. And all I can say to you is keep doing it, mate, because we love it.
Look, put it this way: that photo gear and camera gets put through a lot. But you know what? I love my footy. I call it my sanity Saturdays. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way, Brash.
Thank you very much, Davis.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
There you have it, Davis Harrigan, our chief number 1 photographer for the EFNL, and what a fantastic job he does.
He does a great job.
Well, gents, we've still got half an hour.
We've got plenty of time.
We've still got plenty of time.
We can talk about WWE.
No, we're not.
That was actually the last time we spoke about it. Was here, Blake? So
no, actually,
that was after Brash's 24-hour WWE fest.
That's it.
That's it.
Even I don't want to talk about WWE. Okay. Let's talk about Division 3.
Yep.
And I'm going to start with the game that may see a possibility evolve where a side will not win a game on the road this year, possibly playing finals, and that's Sylvan. Because yesterday they've come from 5 goals down at three-quarter time to win by a point up at home. 12-9-81 to Upper Gully 12-8-80. Matty Lowe kicked 5 goals for for Sylvan, and they just continue, Ryan, to be the absolute enigma.
Look, it's fascinating. I enjoy, the scenario that they're sitting in at the moment. I'm sure it's frustrating for them at times, but when you've won now, I think that's 7-1 at home, 0-6 on the road. The contrast is incredible. I haven't seen much of this, in the last few years of being so one-sided at home, but so out of it on the road. Their scores are quite strong. They're averaging almost 100 points at home. When they go on the road, they average about 50. So it's a major difference. I can't get a read on them because they play their last game of the season against Coldstream away from home. That could be for a final spot, and it could be on the road, and they could be going into that game 0-8 on the road. Like, it's just a very bizarre season.
Could be playing for relegation.
Yeah, look, I didn't think they'd win yesterday.
No, and
at all.
Just Blake and Spider, I'll get you to go over this point. Upper Gully, right? They've lost by a point, and they've got done by 4 points last week. They'd won their last 6. If they'd win these 2, they'd nearly sew up the double chance. Now that's actually in jeopardy.
So you go first, Mike.
It's digesting it. It's amazing how in space of a couple of weeks it's just turned around for them. I mean, you just think, well, maybe they've left that opportunity, slip by. But they'd be really disappointed not to have even just halved one of those games. So, but to lose both heartbreakingly for them, it's going to be a hard one to swallow for them. The game they should have won yesterday, but that could be the one that bites them. And look, they'll be disappointed, no doubt. But I think
5 goals up at three-quarter time.
Yeah, it'll be 5 goals up too, and then just to be overrun. That'd be the frustrating thing for Upper Gully.
The thing is also is that Sylvan were kicking to the right of your screen if you were watching the vision, of course. So it's mainly, I know you guys have been there. I've been there a few times, and I think it's just maybe a one kick out of the square sort of thing down there.
It's a tiny ground,
Yeah, so they would have took the advantage definitely. So, but that's a massive win for Sylvan. Back-to-back losses for Upper Gully though.
Yep.
So it's an interesting one as well to see. Are they going to slide? But it's up to them.
Yeah, next few weeks are going to really be important for them to consolidate. Yeah, and they're going to be tough games. So if they get there, they're going to do it the hard way, and they're definitely going to earn their spot.
They've got Oakley District next week at home, and then the week after that they play Donvale. So not tricky.
But Donvale, as we say,
not
we're going to talk about them very shortly. They're not going as well as what they have been. I mean, yesterday we had that win, but they've lost a couple too along the way. So it just goes to show at this time of the year the results do fluctuate and form can be a bit deceiving.
Scoresby are the side at the moment. They're in form in this comp, and in very good nick too. They won by 45 points again yesterday over the Basin. They reversed that result in very early on against the season, 14-9-93. Basin 7-6-48. Basin were never really in this contest. Scoresby basically controlled the game from the outset and walked away with a 45-point win. Nothing much really to talk about in this game, gentlemen. I think,
pretty methodical, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And the win was without Adam Amin too, by the way.
No, he played.
Did he
He
play?
kicked 5.
I saw him was in Europe, so...
Where'd you get that from?
Follow him on Instagram,
When did he go to Europe? He's listed he kicked 5.
Oh, he kicked 5. He must have honestly been on a jet straight to Scores because I think I saw him in Italy. But
all right.
I'm definitely wrong now. I'll just keep my mouth shut about that one. But really good performance by Scoresby.
Quick trip to Europe if he's gone.
Great performance by Scoresby, and they're really giving themselves a chance to finish on top of the ladder now.
They are. Knox had to come. Well, Knox were in front for a lot of the afternoon, and then Oakley District decided that they better put some effort into the contest. And at one stage they hit the front, but Knox once again got that winning goal, and they've won by 2 points. And it was an important win because it probably knocked Oakley District out of the finals race. 10-12-72, Oakley District 9-16-70.
Well, it was because reverse that result, it has consequences for Upper Ferntree Gully as well. Oakley would have been a game behind both Sylvan and Ferntree Gully, and with Dane Swan coming back next week, they would have been a real red-hot chance to play finals from there. It's going to be very tough from now. They have to win every game, and they've got to hope that other results go their way as well. A lot's got to go right for them now. For Knox, they've got now control of that top 3 spot. They just got to keep winning.
Yep.
They played they've got to play Donvale again, but they've played Scoresby twice. So if they keep winning the games they're supposed to, they'll probably finish third.
Yeah, and probably for a period of time, we always thought that was looking a little bit more unlikely than likely. But at the start of the year, we all had the prospect of them being a real premiership threat. But just they had that month of bad form, some injuries, some player unavailability. But it just seems like they've turned the corner a bit and their performances are starting to improve. And I think if they can get that double chance, they'll give themselves a real big shot at being a real contender in the finals.
Okay, very disappointing for mine, Ferntree Gully. They've gone down by 37 points and their season is done. They've been beaten by Coldstream 14-9-93 to Ferntree Gully 8-8-56. I had high hopes for Ferntree Gully this season, but they've really disappointed me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even that result last week against Donvale, I don't think anyone was sold on their form because it had been so poor prior to that game. They are capable of winning at their best, but I mean, we've got to give credit to Coldstream. They've really struggled. They came off an embarrassing loss last week to Oakley District where they were completely I mean, it was just a walkover in the end. So to be able to respond on their home deck, have not won in a long time. They've only beat Fair Park so far. They've beaten twice. And needed a win to keep them out of that relegation conversation.
Just as well, and Coldstream had a bit to play for as well because it was Mitch Edmonds.
Yeah.
150th, I believe, down there for Coldstream.
And they had the Indigenous jumper that they paraded as well. They wore.
So it would have been a big day for Coldstream, and this is the game to get them up and about. But no smile for the year, boys. So Ferntree Gully are in a bit of trouble at this stage. So
they're done. I would say.
I think they're done too.
They've been the biggest disappointment this year, Ferntree Gully, from the expectations that we probably had on them. I mean, I thought they would play finals this year, and thought with Jonas Stevenson coming into the team that he would provide them. Look, he's probably fulfilled his part of it and been the best players most weeks, but he just hasn't had the support on a consistent basis.
And finally, look, Donvale were very sluggish yesterday. It took them 3 quarters to shrug off Fair Park, and they ended up winning by 34 points. Donvale 12-11-83, defeating Fair Park 7-7-49. Fair Park much better in the last couple of weeks with those additions to the side. They ran the top side for 3 quarters. A much improved performance, but look, they've still got their own battles. They're still in a relegation battle, and every bit of percentage and wins that come their way before the end of the year is going to be important.
Well, I think with Coldstream's win over Ferntree Gully, despite I think the fact that Fair Park can win a couple more games on their run home, and I think they definitely will win at least one more, the percentage gap is there, so I don't think they're going to be able to do enough. They would have to win 3 games now, I think, to overtake Coldstream because of the percentage gap, which maybe be asking a bit too much, considering that Coldstream could win another one as well and officially put Fair Park back to Div 4. So I would say, unfortunately for them, it might just be it for Fair Park.
I want to go through Premier Division a bit, so let's quickly go through Divisions 2 and 1. Waverley Blues by 47-12-9-81 against a disappointing Croydon 4-10-34.
Massive result.
Yeah.
Particularly at home, you'd think that you'd put up a better effort, and Croydon, they just once again proved that they can't kick goals.
Templestowe had a 58-point victory over Lilydale. Lilydale, obviously injury-riddled and form-riddled at the moment, 13-16-94. Went down to Templestowe 1, Lilydale 4-12-36.
Yeah, that's probably the issue there.
Yeah. One Turner South jumped out of the blocks yesterday. And they were able to hold Ringwood and Ringwood had a much better second half to win by 28 points, 15-9-99 to Ringwood 11-5-71.
Good bounce back by the Devils after last week against Templestowe.
Got a few out. So
got a few out, but that was good for them to get back on the winners list and get a bit of their method and system back in order.
Mulgrave, to some this will probably be a shock result, but to Mulgrave, they needed to take a scalp to prove the fact that they're going to be a viable side in this final series. They won away from home against Surrey Park 15-13-103, Surrey Park 9-11-65.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because they basically held the way. I mean, they ought to move the ball with speed. Surrey Park. They played the lock-on game, Mulgrave yesterday, and then were able to get some territory. But then they were able to score as well. So that's a really good defensive, some good defensive pressure. But that's a really good win away from home.
Yeah, and finally, East Burwood were playing their last 6 games at home. Unfortunately for them yesterday, they went down by 67 points to Heathmont, 17-12, 114. East Burwood 7-5-47. And Spider, I know you've alluded to this in many of the podcasts, but you've said that East Burwood, they just can't kick enough goals to win games of football, and once again that proved that theory again yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. They just haven't been able to provide a forward line that's going to kick enough goals to win games defensively. They're okay. Midfield, they compete well, but they just haven't got the talent up forward to kick winning scores on a consistent basis. Heathmont, on the other side of that, they put some of their best form together for the season and reversed that early in the season result, but East Burwood, that was their biggest losing margin for the year, so that pretty much inflicts the position that they currently sit on the ladder.
Just quickly as well, Heathmont in the 5.
Yeah, and they're in the 5.
Which is massive.
First time this year.
Yeah, first time this year, and I think they can play finals. I think they're just starting to get it together at the right end of the season. If they can keep this form going with Appleby back into the team, he's a really important player for them.
They've got 2 big, we'll talk about it on Friday, but Surrey Park and then Heathmont, Wanturna South to play in the next 2 weeks, so they'll really test them.
All right, let's go Div 1. 2 games to quickly go through, which I think went to according to plan. Park Orchards 19-7, 121 defeated Murrelbach 6-10-46. So Park Orchards win by 75 points, and Norwood once again went down 6-10-46 to Bayswater and 14-11-95. No surprises there. Good.
Well, it's a surprise for me in that I thought that they would put up a better effort, particularly after half-time, because this was a grand final for Norwood. That was a real opportunity that was at their fingertips to try and win that game, but they let it slip.
Well, Spider, we talked about the first quarters. Again, it was 6 goals to nothing. First quarter, that's a game.
And that's it. The other 2 games were really important games for different reasons. Baronia are 27 points down at quarter time against Beaconsfield, and they've got up in a really, really gutsy performance by 3 points. 9-15-69 defeating Beaconsfield 9-12-66. It still doesn't guarantee Baronia that double chance, because they've got some heavy duty games coming up in the next month. So they're going to really have to earn that 3rd spot. But I tell you what, if there's 4 points for character, they get it in spades yesterday.
Well, if they had to win that, if they were going to finish with a double chance, a loss would have been, would have put them games 4 points behind Beaconsfield. It would have then, had to mean that they would have had to beat Park Orchard, South Belgrave, North Ringwood. They'd had to win 2 of the next 3.
Yep.
They've still got to, next week against North Ringwood. I know we're going to touch on them soon. That's a massive game now, and I would say just about the Saints might actually go in as favourites.
Well, Brian, you've got North Ringwood, Park Orchards and South Belgrave in their next 3 games.
Well, they're going to earn it if they get that double chance.
Win 2 of the 3, they'll make it.
Yeah. Okay, well.
You would think.
What about Beaconsfield? I mean, they've lost a couple of those games now, so that is a little bit of a concern when they're losing.
They've plateaued a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Their form's dropped off, and anyway, with what we've expected, we thought they really were the second in the queue to challenge South Belgrave, but it just appears at the moment they're in a bit of a drop off in form.
During pre-match yesterday, we've got to keep moving. During pre-match yesterday, the discussion was, right, that if South Belgrave were going to drop a game, this was the game that they're going to drop. And
I thought it was going to be the previous week, but I was probably 1 week out.
I'm going to let you speak on it, because you were the one that was leading the charge on it yesterday. You would have been. It was 13-9-87 in the end to South Belgrave 11-10-76. North Ringwood controlled the contest for most of the afternoon. There was a period there, I think, early in the last quarter, where South Belgrave hit the front. You think, oh well, that's it. But North Ringwood have shown some G&D here, and they've got up and won by 11 points, Blake.
Oh, it's massive. We talked about the Beaconsfield, no, not the Beaconsfield game, the one that had. What was it? Sorry, I'm off topic here with North Ringwood, but I'll get my stats up. Sorry, they beat Norwood last week. That would have got a confidence boost up, but this, as we as everyone said, this could be the game when North Ringwood finally break the streak of South Belgrave and how they're going, and that's a big win for North Ringwood. I reckon I haven't seen a bigger win for North Ringwood in this in a long time. So
no, I agree with that.
This might be their biggest win. I don't know. Since when?
Probably in the last 5 years.
Yeah, definitely. So, but North Ringwood, they're doing really well. They've probably got the toughest run home. You know, they've still got to play. I think we said it before. They've got Baronia next week. And then I think they've got Park Orchard, so they've got a tougher sort of run home, and that round 17 match against Montrose could really dictate where.
But some games at home that are real winnable too.
Yeah. I think next week I honestly think they might go in as favourites against Baronia.
Yeah, they could.
With the way they're playing at the moment, they've beaten the tougher side there is.
Yeah,
and their side's settled down a little bit more over the last few weeks. They've had a lot of guys coming in and out through the VFL, but just in the last couple of weeks, that side they've got a couple of those key players back. The side's a little bit more stable than what it has been.
I know we've got to move to Premier, but if they win one of the next two against Baronia or Park Orchards, they'll make it. So
yeah, I agree with that.
A couple of weeks.
Let's move into Premier, and Premier was once again a couple of results here that I think went to script. Baldwin after a slow start, but once again once they got their running boots on ball, and they just ran all over the ground down at Baldwin Park yesterday. 21-18, 144, defeated Mitcham 6-12-48. So Baldwin win by 96 points, some good percentage, and once again, I think in the last month, their form has just gone up a little bit when you compare them to where East Ringwood are at. We'll talk about them in a sec, but anything to say quickly about Baldwin?
Oh, they just look a lot better, don't they, with Durden in the team? And he's their key target. He's their prominent forward, and he's kicking goals. So, and with all those other guys, getting goals as well, contributions from Haley and etc. in the midfield in good form. Yeah, they're going to be hard to beat.
It's a good problem when they have some really quality players come in. They have some quality players come back into the side as well.
They made 6 changes this week, didn't they?
Markovsky was one of those who kicks 5 from VFL.
And the other thing is too, right, with Durden qualified, and I think I said this on the podcast, he's nearly going to have to take he's going to take nearly the best backman of the opposition in the finals, because he's just a quality player, and they won't be able to allow him to run loose.
Yeah, and with Lynott back in the team, and some big decisions for Sando to make. Whether is Josh Walker going to come back in, and is he in that best team? It's going to be interesting to see.
He might struggle, Walker.
Yeah, with points in Salary Cup. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, and come finals time. Blackburn
gave Noble Park yesterday a bit of a rude awakening. Blackburn 21-12. 138 defeated Noble Park 6-9-45. So the Burners are in ripping form at the moment. They won by 93 points.
They're equal on top now, Brush.
Yeah, and they won by 60 points the week before against South Croydon. So they are in really good nick at the moment.
They are.
They're in premiership contention, absolutely. And I've thought this the whole way through the season. I don't think there's been a more impressive team at this point in time than Blackburn. They have really taken the competition by storm this year. Their improvement has been so impressive, and guys like Stoddart, week after week, consistent performers. Toby Wooler, Macadorian, all those players, they just look like they're growing in confidence week by week.
I think Anthony Fagan's doing a fantastic job this season.
Coach of the year potentially, boys.
Most definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to say so.
And I'd have to say they've probably got 3 or 4 players that could be candidates for the
team of the year.
Team of the year, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon. Lawler, Stoddart, and Dorian.
Yep. Probably the biggest upset, and there's probably no other way, right, to describe this yesterday. Berwick have inflicted a valuable win for them, right, away from home against the top side East Ringwood. East Ringwood 8-19-67 have been defeated by Berwick 11-7-73. And it's the old adage, Blackburn, they kick 6-21 and lost to Baldwin.
Well,
East Ringwood kick 8-19 and lose.
Well, Brash, the old saying, and I'm going to throw you for this next one, bad kicking.
Bad football.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, Blake. East Ringwood are going to be in your furnace.
No, they won't be. They've beaten the benchmark team. I don't know how. Ray even said it yesterday. I'm like, how can they be in the fairness? They've been the benchmark team all year, so
you're running out of teams to put in there.
I've only got one in the team, and which was I don't want to say what team it is, but they win it this week. So, but no, that's a huge win for Berwick as well. They beat Rowville, of course, so doing really well.
Got to compliment Berwick. Well done. Yeah. They brought their attitude, they brought their effort, they brought their desire, and that's what they've been doing against some of these higher quality teams and the pressure that they put on you.
Their last 6 weeks, Berwick has been as good as what you can get for a side that's really been struggling to win games of football. They've been highly competitive, right? They could have beaten Vermont. They beat Rowville.
Beat Donny East.
Beat Donny East. They could have beaten Donny East.
No, they did. Either the first time.
Yeah,
and the second time.
So, I mean, look...
they could get another few wins before the season's out. Andrew Williams, he's been a very impressive coach this year.
But he's done well, hasn't he?
The most important thing for Berwick and Andrew Williams is the fact is now they set two games clear of Mitcham and percentage.
I think Mitcham
11% gap.
And that 11% nowadays is an extra game.
It's basically 3 games.
Yeah. I think Mitcham are unfortunately done, so they'll be going to Div 1. That's just
But now that's the benchmark for Berwick, like to bring that sort of level of performance week after week, 4-quarter performance. And that's what they've got to do going forward if they want to be competitive in Premier Division and want to be a Premier club.
They got Bowen next week, so it's a hard
Can they replicate it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And finally...
This is a big one. This one
it is, and
me.
If you're a Doncaster East supporter, they'll probably be doing your head in here at the moment because... South Croydon 18-8, 116 have defeated Doncaster East 14-10-94. A much needed win for South Croydon. That gives them 4 wins, and that puts them in 6th or 7th position and probably out of the relegation fight now, Blake.
Yeah, I think so. That's a big win for South Croydon, and just with Doncaster East, if I do get into South Croydon and all that, it's getting a little bit concerning with Doncaster East. They've now lost to, I think they lost to Berwick, they've lost to South Croydon, they've lost to Naval Park, and at the start of the year we didn't think Naval Park would be where they are, of course, but are we a little bit concerned and worried about how Doncaster East are going as well? They had a big win against Vermont last week, but still...
they had a gilt-edged opportunity, right, with knowing this game was up for grabs this afternoon, to at least be still sitting in the 5 if they had a 1 yesterday after whatever happened with this result. Once again, they've put themselves under the kibosh, right, and they're going to have to find another few wins. It almost seems like to me the way Premier Division ladder is shaping up, 5th place, right, basically is not going to...
I don't see them go... Whoever does finish 5th,
is not going to... They won't last a week.
Just letting you know as well, Brush, if Vermont win today, they will actually go into the 5.
I know, and it just seems... It doesn't seem plausible, but that's just it is. And that just leads us into the match of the day, Vermont and Rowville. Let's have a quick talk about that before we go to our final break and bring in the team. Look, both sides have got injuries. Both sides have got have had some form issues of late. Vermont, obviously, with 25 senior players out and a lot of experience sitting on the fence that they'd love to have out there this afternoon, are going to their backs are against the wall this afternoon.
Definitely.
They have to find They've got to find something from within.
Yeah.
And I also believe that they've got to treat this game as if they got a free hit because they've got so many young kids in there that probably aren't unencumbered with the win-loss record that they've got to have that they can have a go at. My worry is I still think that Roville's forward line and Showmakers in the ruck is going to really
it's
play
the experience.
A big part.
It's the experience that's really going to tell in this game, and the physicality that they will apply through the mid part of the ground. but also I think it's going to be the transition game. They like to run in lanes.
Yeah.
Rowville, they're kicking. They're a strong kicking team, and they'll really take it up to this Vermont side. So they're going to have to be on alert. They're going to have to have pressure, as Matt Adolf alluded to earlier in this preview, and they're going to have to be at high intensity and make sure that when they do get their opportunity to go forward, that they hit the scoreboard, because if they don't on turnover, Rowville will.
Yeah, and Matt Adolf said it really well. He needs his 22 listed today to get Vermont over the line today, and they do. It's a windy sort of day, so...
It won't be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
10 goals here today could almost win you the game.
Yeah, but
it's probably the magic number.
It just has to be their day today.
All right, and on the final say from all of you, I'm going to throw you this question, all right? If Vermont lose today...
That stumps.
Right, I can't... I've looked at the fixture. I can only see, if they lose today, I can only see them possibly winning only 2 more games this year. They've got 4 games on the road in the last 6, which is against East Ringwood, Baldwin, Blackburn and Berwick.
Yeah.
I would find, if they don't win today, their finals are done.
I think it's honestly stumps.
No, I'm actually not ready to call it if they lose today.
Really?
Because you look at the two sides around them. Noel Park's been better, but I still don't trust them enough yet. And Doncaster East have been as shaky as Vermont have. I don't have any trust in...
All right.
I've got
I'm happy.
I still think there's a few weeks left till we determine
but
that.
But the thing is, though, if Rowville lose today, I still don't have any issues about them finishing in the top.
I think we think Vermont, Rowville will make
just
it.
a bit of Vermont. They got Blackburn at Moreton Park next week,
Yeah.
so I'm counting that as a loss. I'm sorry, but
No, that's all right.
And then they've got Berwick, and Berwick have been in better form, I reckon,
right.
than Vermont. So,
Yeah.
and it's
not going to be an easy trip to Edwin Flack.
No.
Well, gents, thank you very much for an entertaining hour and a quarter. We got all the coaches in, and
we got everything done.
And we've got everything done. Jeepers, I don't know how I do this, but I just do it.
You're an ultimate professional, Brush.
Always love talking EFNL footy with you.
We did give you an extra 15 minutes, Brush.
Yeah, I know. I'm grateful for that.
There you go.
Right, so let's call it a day, and when we come back,
Time to go.
You done? We're going home.
We're going home.
Pack it up.
Put the pools away, Brush.
let's bring in the call team, and I'll just go and park myself in
the golden tonsils of Gavin Casey coming in.
And I'll go and park myself somewhere in the special comments tier. All right. That's it for us, and quickly, Rowville 5-10-40 leading Vermont 2-7-19 in the development squad game. But coming up, call team assembled, big game, Vermont versus Rowville, coming to you live from Vermont Recreation Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day. It is a Sunday out at Vermont Reserve. Great to be part of the broadcast. Hello from Gavin Casey, and the broadcast team is just assembling. We're concluding round 12 in the Premier Division of the EFNL, and this is a very important clash for both Vermont and Rowville. Rowville could probably shore up their place in the top 5, but it feels to me, and the guys will talk more on this, it is a must-win game for Vermont, because if they fall behind Rowville, they've really only got 5th to aim for in the last 6 weeks, and it's not going to be an easy 6-week run into potentially finals in season 2025. So for me, this is huge today. Rowville versus Vermont. Vermont hosting this Sunday game. It alternates from year to year, and it's good for me because I can turn up. I can turn up. So as I'll go through all the lineup with me, the head of game day. We're just winding down the reserves before I introduce that is the final siren. So how about that for timing?
Good timing.
Vermont 2-7-19. They on the losing side to Rowville 6-10-46, and it has been quite hot tempers in the last quarter. I don't know what sparked it, but they're still fighting. But the fight has ended for the reserves game. It is a 27-point win to the Hawks. So we move on to the senior game soon, and to call with me today, I welcome Chris Curtis.
Yes, thank you. Excellent to be here. Obviously, it's quite windy conditions out there when I was walking past before, but no, you're exactly right, Gav. There's a lot on the line today in this matchup, especially considering the way some of the results went yesterday. If we're looking at the middle of the Premier Division ladder and really starting to nail down and figure out who's going to play finals. Obviously, you look at those. Vermont will have their eyes on all of those Noble Park and the Doncaster East results. So there's a lot on the line today here. I think a win will take them into 6th and probably even into 5th. Sorry, so a win will put them in 5th position for now. I'll take them over Noble Park on percentage. So yeah, a lot on the line, and obviously Rowville trying to close that gap between them and the top 3 as Baldwin started to pull away from them just a touch. So really excited for a good game of footy ahead of us today.
Yeah, and now time to talk a bit to our special commentators and someone who's been around the league a long time. We know the teams intimately. We've had a chat about the season so far, but let's look ahead to this Sunday and welcome Wayne Brasher.
Thank you, Gav, and good afternoon to you and Chris. Look, it's a great look. The games between Vermont and Rowville are really, really good, hard, tough contests. Last year, Vermont, as I said earlier, went down to Rowville, and they were in very, very good form leading up to that game, and Rowville touched them up by 59 points. And I don't think they ever really recovered from that Vermont. This year, it's been a real struggle for them. Both these sides have had their ups and downs. With injury and unavailability. So in essence the game could actually be a lot closer, even though Rowville in terms of the playing list still have a lot more experience running onto the ground this afternoon, Gav.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to look at the ins and outs. Well, we can only look forward to who's playing, but geez, we're going to sorely miss seeing Bollock today for Rowville, for example.
Oh, yeah.
With Johns coming back in, and would have been a great matchup, I would have thought. What do you reckon about today's game? The EFNL media manager, Ryan Long.
Yeah, thanks, Gav. It's great firstly to have you back on board, and a Sunday game. We were looking forward to this one, mainly because you're here, but also because these two sides have now created a bit of history with this annual clash, which has now become a bit of a tradition on the Premier Division fixture, and I'm looking forward to it because I don't think both sides are in spectacular form at the moment.
No.
As we said, Rowville have got a couple of guys overseas, some guys coming in and out, some new players into the side today in Swainston and Chambers as well. So they've got their own things they're working through. Vermont, it's been well documented how young they are, and probably when you look at it in Premier Division, Mitcham are going through a similar thing where they've got a very young side in, and it hurts because you are playing against some bigger bodies, particularly in Premier Division, and VFL players. So it's going to be a bit of work for the Eagles this afternoon. But in saying that, their season's not done just yet. There's a big chance for them to get a win on their home deck, and if they can, might kickstart them going forward, because Doncaster East, Noble Park both slip up yesterday. So it's certainly something to consider.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game, and give us a wave if you're ready on the boundary, Blake.
I would say that would be a no.
A no?
Oh, there he is.
With the microphone on, he gets on the broadcast, or is it a...
My microphone is on. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
The mic was always on. I don't know. But, yeah, it's good to hear you back, Gav. Always good to hear your tones as well. Really good to see as well. It's a bit windy down here at Vermont, and we said that on pre-game as well. So it should be an exciting battle between these two sides. Bit of history, a lot of passion involved between these two sides. Of course, they met in a decider in 2023. Looking forward to this one as well. And I've also got Oscar as well joining me on the boundary as well.
Freezing down here, boys.
It is. Do you want us to tip, if that's all right? I've got you one. I've got Rowville to win by about 25 points.
And Oscar, we were talking about the win between ourselves. I've just noticed how it can really get really fierce out there. It seems like it's across the ground. What's your read ground level there?
Yeah, there's a bit of wind coming across the ground. Seems to be coming. Could be a bit of left to right movement here. So I think it's going to affect both ends, though, because it's coming across the ground. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, so we've no clear advantage, you would say, to Canterbury Road or to the opposite end, left to right. Canterbury Road left on your broadcast side, and the grandstand side, or the members side as I always like to call it, here is probably going to have the ball away from them, unfortunately, because the wind is pushing it to the scoreboard.
One thing's for sure, Gav, you can guarantee it, the ball's going to be on the far side all afternoon.
Yeah,
It hardly ever comes over this side.
Well, the reserves wasn't a great indicator of goal kicking, was it, when there was only 8 goals scored? So they didn't really give us much to look at, but definitely, we're going to see it on the outer side. You're going to have to put it on the left post when you're kicking towards Canterbury Road end, and it's going to be an interesting game. What do you reckon the highlights are going to be, if you can preempt Brash and Ryan?
Well, I think one highlight for me is just seeing Lockie Johns run back out there, because we have missed him quite a bit this season. Brash, he's been in and out of the side. He came back not long ago and then was straight back out. So injury hasn't helped him. But when we have seen him over the years, particularly on these broadcast games, he does some miraculous things, and he's dominant through the midfield. You know he's going to have 30 plus and really make an impact, and they need that because they need the experience there.
Yeah, I also think if Wiedemann's on early, right, and they can play a much more direct type of football into their forward 50, and he can be on the end of some good play. He could kick a bag full of goals, but I think Showermakers, I like him in the ruck, but I also like the way that Josh Clark, the way he moves throughout that midfield. He's a bit of a general, and he seems to show a lot of poise. I like that in a footballer, I think. And Matty Davey, look, 34 years of age, but for him...
late out.
He's an out late, is he?
Is that correct?
Yep.
Late out, so late change.
That's a change. That's a big change. But, look, nonetheless, I think both sides like I said, have got winners, and I think it's going to be really hard. You know where I reckon it'll be game one? Bottom 6, Gav.
Yeah.
The bottom 6.
Because of the depth is tested.
Yes, both sides depth.
What about Wiedemann in the matchup? Because the last time I saw Vermont live, he kicked 5 against Mitcham.
Yeah.
7.
7, was it?
7,
Jeez,
yeah.
that's when my memory's fading.
I would say I think Cal Varel will probably get the job on him, because he got the job on the East Ring on Josh Fox. Did a marvellous job on him, kept Fox probably down to 2 goals for the afternoon.
Brash, who do you think is going to go on Wiedemann? I think you mentioned Eichhoff as well. Do you reckon he will get the job on Wiedemann?
Probably different.
I think
different role.
Eichhoff will get one of the forward pockets. Blake, I said Cal Varel will probably get the job on Wiedemann, number 6.
Yeah, I know Cal and Will pretty well, of course. They're good players for Roville, and also good people. So
Evans has been good for Roville in the air forward 50 as well. He's more than capable of kicking a few goals. Like I said, I think there's plus and minuses, Ryan, for both sides. It's not like if you had Roville's full side in against what Vermont have got on the park, you'd say that Vermont would be in trouble. But I think with the injury, the
keeps it alive
a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I think we've got the ground on focus on the camera at the moment. Rowville are wearing their Indigenous jumper, which they wore last year in this corresponding fixture on the Sunday out at Seabeck Oval. So that is why they are wearing the white strip here today.
It's not great for numbers. I love the jumper.
Yeah, that's right. A little bit harder on the numbers for you two, but
they surely cannot. Jumper. There's no 0 there. There's surely Blake Chambers is not wearing a 0.
I think he is.
He was listed on the socials as 0, but I'm not sure if that's. It have to be the first time I've seen a footy player wear a donut on their back.
We did have many years ago. There was a round where all the captains
TAC.
wore. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yep.
And similarly, another round where every one of them wore a 9 that was specific for the same. I think it was even earlier.
Don't worry, Chris. We've had blokes that wear jumper number 101.
Oh, one, yeah. We've seen some big ones.
Well, 88's the hardest because it goes full jumper. You need a big back.
Here we go.
So we're here in the middle of Vermont Recreation Reserve. Welcome, and we are off in our Eastland match of the round here on this standalone Sunday fixture as the Rucks will cancel each other out. It looks to be Rowville with the first possessions. Showmakers brings it out. They'll go backwards to go forward as the kick enters the corridor. Few leading up off hands, couldn't quite take the mark. Now they're looking to go through Dixon. That was Roby, I should say, but he was wrapped up in a tackle, and Vermont will take possession for the first time today. So there'll be Tyler Dobay to look to the far side wing. The ball hit the deck. Wiedemann's around there, and it's now found its way over the boundary line. So we'll have boundary throwing, far side wing.
Good matchup. Johns and Josh Clark, 1-on-1. I think that's a really good matchup for both sides.
And we've seen those who've been the match winners in the past in our match of the round. So definitely want to keep an eye on Brashes. The Eagles looking to bring it out, miss the handball target, but McLean is there sweeping up. He'll go backwards so that his teammate in Dobay could go forwards. Bit of the footy early for Tyler Dobay. Now the ball's finding its way just on the arc of the forward 50. Vermont looking to go backwards to go forwards, but they've turned it over, and now a chance for Rowville to get out the back in transition. Puck forming under it. Was a player held. Umpire says nothing doing. Rossi's around there, taps it out towards the boundary line, and will now make sure it makes its way over safely.
Vermont back 6 are going to have to defend resolutely, and they can't afford to be playing 2 or 3 metres off their man this afternoon.
So we'll have the boundary throwing. Far side wing here on the scoreboard end. So the Rucks will get ready to go away. It will be Schoenmakers gets the double-handed tap down to a teammate who's wrapped up immediately. So not a lot of territory here either way as we're past the first minute and a half in this matchup.
Showmakers and Dunn trying to go at it. They all avoid the ruck contest in the end with the wrestle. So at ground level, Rowville try to get an inside 50. The defence holding up nicely. John's quick kick in the middle. Might be a turnover ball. So Rowville load up. Long ball. First inside 50 of the day. 2VT. Good grab. Good front position. And nice mark there by the Rowville leader there. And
looks like Evans.
I was going to say Evans just stood tall. And he just bustled he just held that ground, and 2 taps, one down to his chest region, and he drew it in. with the chest mark in the end. So Evans from the left pocket, as tight an angle as you can get here at Vermont, with the right foot. The angle will be confused by the wind, and mark on the line to the Hawks, and this now will be a certain goal. No one expected the kick to drop short except for one, and it was the Hawks player in... Just looking around the sheet there.
It's another number in the 20s.
Yeah, 29. So I'm just scrambling in my recognition. I'll get some help on that in a second. But it is a goal to Rowville 3 minutes in, the first on the board. And the Hawks first inside 50, first goal.
Maybe Blake Chambers?
Yeah, I was going to say Chambers. It's just...
I'll follow that up.
Yeah, thank you. Chambers we're going to go with at the moment.
That would have been our mystery number 0.
Yes, I didn't. Yeah, I was.
No, Calvarell is wearing the number 0. He's usually wearing the number 6, of course, but he's wearing the 0.
Okay.
So
Thank you for that.
Yep.
So it's 29. Blake Chambers taking a mark on the goal line. A certain goal after that. Evans kick from the good mark in the pocket. Drop short. But now a goal to Rowville.
Back at it again. There's a free kick here that's been found in the middle of the ruck contest, so it will go the way of the Eagles. Chance for them to respond now. So they find themselves down by a kick as they go inside forward 50. Leading it was Wiedemann, couldn't quite get there, and neither could his teammate. So the ball will just be ushered over the line.
It's not an area that I want to see Sam Wiedemann having to lead to all afternoon, especially if they're going to double team him.
So the boundary throw, and we're about 60 away from the Eagles uprights. The Showmakers will win the tap. Just looking for a teammate in Roby, couldn't quite get it to him. It was off hands. And there's a free kick that's been found to go in the direction of the Hawks. So Vermont ping for a throw as Rover will look to go out the far side through Clark. Josh Clark sends a kick into the corridor. It was off the hands of his teammate, couldn't quite take it cleanly. And now Ross with a handball over the top for the Eagles. Chance to bring it out now. Footy's hit the deck.
Boundary.
Wrapped up in a tackle. We'll go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
So it wasn't actually Blake Chambers who kicked that one. It was actually Sullivan, Roby Sullivan. I think that's his name. Sullivan Roby, there you go. He's wearing the number 11. So he's on the sheet, it says 7, but he's number 11. So that was his first goal.
Thanks for that, Blake.
It was actually a 29 that kicked the goal, Blake.
Yeah.
29.
Definitely 29.
Yeah.
Well, that's a...
we'll keep working here.
Just get us the number. Just find out for us, Blake, when you can.
So there's a ball up true centre wing as Vermont looking to get inside forward 50. The kick was miscued, hit the deck, looking to bring it out through Jaden Leon, leaning up his Wiedemann, and he takes the mark. Well, at least we know that we've got the Vermont jersey numbers right as we work away with getting the right ones for the Indigenous Clash jersey
Tell you what,
for Roville.
It's a scrappy way of getting an inside 50, but you'll take it.
You'll take it every day of the week.
And Sam Wiedemann had just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
So I always try and play in front. So Wiedemann will have his kick now from around 35 metres out. A 45-degree angle. His kick is on its way, and he looks like he's pulled it wide.
Hang on, no, he may
No,
not
it's
have.
gone through, fair enough. Wiedemann's kick truly. And Vermont get their first of the day.
Well, it's going to be really important to obviously get the Wiedemann involved as much as you can. And last week didn't quite have the opportunities with their forward 50 entries, didn't have enough of them. So if they can, and he's going to present for it every time, and a great kick in front of goal, Brash. So
Yeah.
good start for Wiedemann.
Got to say, great theatrics there by the goal umpire.
Yeah, like, he was running to the point post, wasn't he? So I thought Wiedemann had pulled the kick wide, but no, apparently not.
Reminds me of me when I was a goal umpire.
Used the win very smartly, did Sam Wiedemann. Johns picks it up at the back of the pack from the centre, gets the hand pass received. He's got some help and runners going inboard with Fisher. Fisher goes out wide, kick smothered by the winger. So Roville do well, just as it looked like there's going to be a centre clearance straight into 50 for Vermont, but it's now being pushed over the boundary line. Good defence on the outer side there by Roville with this first smother.
Tell you what, this will be a day where your kicking skills will really need to come to the fore.
Schoenmakers has to get a free kick there. He was sort of hugged around with the tackle was hugging his head, and he had his head in the opponent's chest in the end. That's how severe the impediment was. So it's a kick backwards. Roville sharing it around at a fence, looking sideways, and they keep it in hand nicely, and it's going to be Ekoff who gets it off to the runner. So Roville from half back, get it long down the line. Pack go at that. At the fall of the ball It is Wood, and he's tackled to the ground close to the boundary line. Be a ball up. Boundary line, Blake Tennant.
I finally did it. So Sullivan Roby is actually wearing that 28 or 29 jersey that you guys mentioned before. So that was the first goal.
All right. Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for that information. Another inside 50 for Rowville, but there's been harassed. Walking out of that first tackle is that man, Sullivan Roby, and he kicks from the right post. But with the wind, he couldn't bring it back enough, and it's a minor score. So we're now on it. It's Roby with 29, according to Blake Tennant, and he's kicked 1-1 so far. All the scoring for that 29 Roby. 1-1-7, Rowville leading Vermont 1 straight, 8 minutes in.
So Wilcox will bring it out from the square. Looks at the far side wing. Kick took a lot of territory and he's been spoiled out of bounds. So we'll have a boundary throw in shortly. As the players will take position, it's Hawks by a point, as we just heard. 8 gone in this opening term. This standalone Sunday fixture as the Rucks will go out once more. Done against Showmakers. Showmakers will win this time. Gets it out to Clark, who kick didn't quite get the right spot or the right drop. He got the belly of the ball, and as a result, it's ended up in the hands of Connor McCafferty. So McCafferty in the long sleeves today looks high and wide down the line. Pack forming under it. One of them there was Burke, but couldn't quite take it, and we'll have another ball up as the umpire calls for it. So Vermont just getting a bit of territory going, using these stoppages to their advantage to get up this far side wing as Rush go at it again. Showmakers grabs it out this time. Gets it wide. It was Johns though. Got it inside to Fisher. Fisher hands off to a teammate who looks forward, inside forward 50, just over the head of Wiedemann. And it will make its way out of bounds.
There was Leon there, Chris. Cooper Leon, number 19, that kicked that ball into the forward 50.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, Brash. As Leon with the entry there, just missed his mark as Rucks will go at it once more. They cancel each other out off the chest of Clark. Couldn't take it. Showmaker's looking to get it done himself, but he was spoiled off the boot. As there's been a bit of, it looks like a three-way head clash there, but play will continue. There's 2v2 in here. Both players going at it. Rowville looking to bring it out. Footy spilled loose now on this near side, looking to burst away. Just got a handball off, so play will continue. Swarming pressure for Vermont. It was well done to get the kick straight away on the boot, and the intercept mark taken by James Ross. So Ross just outside the 50. Well, handball off to Johns. Johns cuts back onto his right. It's a high kick. A pack will form under it. It will drop 20 out, dead in front of the Vermont uprights. They've tapped it backwards, looking to repel through Mitch Schruck, who looks to spin out. Couldn't quite get rid of his man in Dixon, and as a result, the handball makes its way over the boundary line.
Brash, the lack of the plan with the hand pass to Johns was just it just stopped the momentum of the play.
You should have backed his judgment.
Yeah, just kick it yourself. Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, just an injury concern for Rowville. Number 10, Lockie Stapleton, has just gone off with the trainers. So get back to you as soon as we can.
From the boundary throw in, Vermont get the ball at ground level. The flying shot with the wind misses everything. So it's a no addition to the score with that shot at goal. So it's and I think that was McCafferty potentially. But in any way, it's not on the score sheet, so it's a kick across ground. Sometimes that's dangerous, but doing well, Rowville out of defence. 2 kicks and long. One player in good position. At the fall of the ball, he does pick up and run with it. And now the kick inside. Verrill goes in. Another short pass. Late spoil won't be timely enough, and it's going to be a mark inside for 50 for Rowville as Verrill's pass spots up his teammate, and they're making the most of their opportunities in the forward line. Rowville just getting some free space, taking marks, and this time it looks like it's Roby again.
They overcommitted there, Vermont. They pushed too many players on the thin side of the ground, and they left that open side for Rowville to run into and create that loose man.
Well, it's Rowville having a shot at goal to extend their lead, missing to left side, and it's a minor score. It's 1-2, Rowville leading Vermont 1 straight 6. 12 minutes gone, first term, and Wilcox is just waiting for the ball to come back to him so he can take the kick-out duties.
So just 2 points in it here as we cross the 12-minute mark. So just about waiting to get the footy back into play so we can continue. One of the joys of local footy, or not so joys at that, but we're ready now as Wilcox will go from the square and just find a target. Short chip kick out wide, finds the hands of McCafferty. He can just go back, assess his options. He'll look to go back to Wilcox, who's still in the square, and now they'll switch it out the other side. Mark taken by Henry Smith. Smith now can assess his options. Looks for a lead-up target. It was a 2v1. It was off the hands of the Rowville defence. Looking to bring it out now. No clear winner of it. Now it's Sam Mayle that just gets it on the boot. Kick goes high. Pack forming under it. Rowville have the numbers here. They'll go backwards to go forwards, and they'll do so through Eichhoff. Eichhoff further back to Verrell. Now Verrell looks wide. Just undercooked the kick. It was well cut off. It's a foot race now. 2v1 for the Eagles. Handball over the top. Here's Jaden Leon. Leon can run into an open goal square and put his side in front.
Well, fantastic finish in the end and making the most of their opportunity, where Rowville have missed a few, and again, not the prettiest goal in the end, but was able to get onto the end of that one. So good start for the Eagles, Brash.
It is, and it just shows you, you've got to be in the contest, every contest, right? And look, let's be honest. The game so far, it's been a scrappy game. It hasn't. It's really got no bells and whistles at the moment with it, Gav.
But I might have miscalled before. Fisher had that flying shot before, and he's the one that can get outside and do damage. And this time he didn't do the kicking duties. He had the overlap, and he supplied Leon, who ran into an open goal in such with only a small bit of pressure. Free kick goes with holding the ball. Hand pass goes to Dixon. Long ball inside 50. Wiedemann takes the pack on ground level. It's all Vermont. And the quick kick at goal will miss. Burke, he probably didn't know when he's putting the ball under his boot that he might have had an up and over. But in any regards, he was wanting to quickly do what he wanted to do. Missed shot on the bounce to the right. Minor score, Vermont 2-1-13, leading by 5 over Rowville 1-2-8.
Yeah, that's right. But it's what they want to do. They obviously, Wiedemann got hands to it, but they had 3 players at ground level ready for that ball once he hit the deck.
His kick down now has found Clark. He was tackled. Couldn't quite get a clean handball out, but it's now with Colclough. Who gets it to Showmakers. Just looks for a hoofing kick down the corridor as Johns is down behind play. Which is a concerning look for Rowville fans, Vermont fans I should say. He's holding his shoulder, which is not a good look at the moment, but play continues as Tyson will look out as an Eagles switch play. Mark taken by Hyder. Far side wing as Johns has jogged off now, but intercept mark taken by Rowville. They'll look to go forward. Chipped kick got the belly of the ball, wasn't intended, now looking to bring it out. And they look inside forward 50, they have a target there and the mark's taken well. Nashua Wood will go back now, set himself up for a shot.
Boundary.
We got boundary side.
John's coming off there, looks to be grabbing the arm, so we'll let you know if we hear anything else.
And he's only just come back from injury, John, so Vermont really cannot afford to have him off the ground injured again.
Exactly right, but for now it is Nashua Wood who kicking from only a couple steps inside from the boundary line in the left pocket, about 45 out on the right boot. Kick is drilled on its way, and it is absolutely inch perfect from Nashua Wood as Rowville retake the lead, 14 plays 13.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on John's. Hopefully be able to come back on. But just having a look at the Vermont box, great to see Kelkowski on the headset as well. Brash, the communications.
He's out injured.
Yep, but obviously...
Vasses is out injured.
Yeah, correct. But good to see the play involvement still down at the coach's box.
Yeah, well, that's it. They've got to do something in their keep, don't they?
Well, who's going to go in the middle for Vermont? We'll see soon as the rucks go at it. Dunn, high leap, wins the tap down, but it goes straight under his feet in the end, and it'll be a secondary ball up, centre Vermont reserve.
I think you'll find Dixon might be in the middle now.
Yeah, Showmakers gets good position to win the tap down, but because it's a secondary bounce, there's a lot of people around this circle of the ball up. So it might take a while to get out of here. No clearing tap one again. Trying to get out is Fisher so that was Greenwood. He gets knocked over as he bends over. It was quite comical that he fell backwards after trying to pick it up. But he looks a bit sore as well. So you don't need the stars of Vermont to be dropping like flies. Ball up again. Done in good position. Showmakers use strength. Bumps him out of the way before he taps it forward. But that huge pack around the ball. We'll see another ball up at centre forward for the Hawks. Ball up again. No clear possession one. That might be over the shoulder. The umpire not in the best position to give the Eagles a free kick. So he saw it as a ball up. Fair enough. Handing the ball back was Mayle. Showmakers, he decides he's got the strength advantage. He's going to take the ball in his grasp if he can and see if he can just get a quick kick, but he was tackled as soon as he did it. So we'll see if he goes again with this tactic. Very much like a Tristan Sherry-like endeavour, but it's come out to Greenwood. Well, in the end, Leon gets it forward, and underneath it was Wiedemann, but he only gets to contest the ball close to the boundary line. It was too close. In fact, it was over the boundary line and out on the full. So it'll be a free kick to Rowville at half-back. And we've got McDonald having the ball in hand, looking across, looking forward now, and decides to go long without options in his eye line, and it's going to be a turnover mark taken. So what can Vermont dangerously in the middle? This might go one way or the other. It's a disputed ball here in Vermont Reserve. It was a proppy kick, and I don't know if the one person really wanted to be underneath it.
Gee, they dodged a bullet there. That could have been intercepted in a very advantageous position there for Rowville.
And they seem strong into the contest to Rowville, but they can't clear out of that centre circle. Vermont have been pretty good at extracting. But now Greenwood runs onto it. On the wing, hand passes it to his teammate. Dixon can't get it moving. He's dispossessed. The hand pass, free kick forward. Now Stapleton gets the ball forward. Long ball for Rowville. Quick inside 50. Might get Vermont under a heap of pressure here as they're unsettled in defence. But they hold up nicely. Taking on the tackle was McLean. And he picks himself up with the ball. Hands it to the umpire. 20 metres away from Rowville's goal. Dunn, good position to knock it to himself in effect. Now the long kick, dumping ball 40 metres out. Wiedemann's the man just to hold up, but he got himself out position, tripped over McDonald as he was trying to get towards the mark. McDonald stood up, took the mark. His kick inside 50 suits his target, but he didn't take it on the second grab at it. So now the hand pass to Stapleton. He has to take on the tackler. Dixon stood up nicely as well did. Sorry, that was just looking at all the players there. It was Seth McDonald that time for Rowville. Hand pass out the back. Bit of Harlem Globetrotters or Rowville might be seen as a throw, was it?
Yeah.
Over the head, it was no fist, two hand, said the umpire, so it's a throw and it's a free kick to Greenwood. He'll look at options inside and out. He does go the outside wing. Wiedemann again out position. He's not even getting within the 5 metres of the drop of the ball. He's not judging it. He's probably trying to do too much body work, is Wiedemann, in the marking contest.
Yeah,
anyway,
Rowville are denying him his space as well, Gav.
Yeah, that's fair enough. They're smartly playing Rowville in defence at the moment. Now, they know the one danger is there. The quick fly out to Spencer. He tried to run away from all tacklers. He couldn't, and it's going to be a turnover free kick. And Rowville do nicely. Short pass in. Schrook has got it there for Rowville.
The Schrock will assess his options ahead of him. Look to just chip a kick into a corridor and we'll find Caulfield. He looks to switch it now. Missed kick though. Just got through the hands of the Vermont defence. We're now applying the pressure and wrapping up his teammate. His opponent in the tackle is Tyson. So the Eagles do well to lock the ball in.
We just got the Rowville head team manager in the van at the moment, Ray Baird.
As the ball is inside 50, Wiedemann is out the back, couldn't quite get there enough. Rowville looking to repel. It's in the hands of 37 and Cooper McDonald, who looks to the far side, missed his kick, drops into the hands of Cooper Leon, and he got hit late, so he'll be awarded with a free kick.
Boundary.
So we go boundary side, Oscar Lucky.
Lachlan John's shoulders looking good, all right, boys, so he's coming back on.
It's good to hear. So John's back out there as Leon looks a bit indecisive. Look to pass it. Will now just look to put it as close to the goals as he can, and has pulled this one wide. So wide, in fact, that it's gone out on the full.
Needed to score from there, Chris. That wasn't a hard shot to kick a goal from.
No.
Those opportunities you've got to take.
That was like my goal screen. No wind is helping that one. Stop that from hooking.
So they'll look to bring it out now as pack forms under it. A few flyers, no real winners of it yet. Johns is back out there. No strapping on the shoulder as it stands. Johns, handball backward. Greenwood taken high. Free kick paid. So Vermont with a bit of territory dominance.
As soon as Johns comes back on, he creates something, and that's what Vermont really need.
Greenwood looks inside, look for the lead up of Wiedemann. He was leading against 4. They need to really help him out with the way they're going inside 50 at the moment. As Roville will look to repel, and they'll use this near side wing to do so. Just in front of us as the pack forms under it, 2 hands to it, couldn't quite take it, bursting away now. As Johns can take the mark just in front. Juggled it in between his legs, but still got it. Gets a short 15-metre kick to Ross. James Ross now just outside the 50. We'll look inside though. Again, they kick to a 4v1. Rowville just swarming numbers back. The Hawks defence are. As Gordian could take the mark, he looks wide front. Schruck. As Schruck slows it down for a second now. We'll look to just go long, take a bit of territory. It was a missed punch there from the Vermont defence. They're still looking to get the work done, looking to get it forward, and they do so. Down the wing, innocent mark taken by Josh Clark. So Clark almost exasperated, saying, I don't have many options here. We'll just look to take territory with the kick and clear his lines. Wilcox is under it, and the footy's found its way over the boundary line.
The one thing the Vermont forwards aren't doing is, right, they're not giving Wiedemann any space to run into, and they're not taking their direct opponents away from that, or they're not accountable for these Rowville back six that are running into Wiedemann's space.
Dunn wins the ruck contest, but it's Johns with a handball back into the middle of the ground. Dunn just gets a wider chance. Now the Eagles have a bit of room to run. Drilled ball inside 50, looking for Wiedemann, who gets over the top, couldn't quite grasp the mark. Verrill clears his lines, was tackled as he kicks, so there's a pack forming under it now. No real winner of it just yet. Looking to get boot to ball as Mail, but he got tackled before he could make a connection. Now the Eagles bursting out the front of the pack on the left foot, looking for a target. And standing under it, two hands to the footy, couldn't quite take it cleanly. Hawks will need to go backwards to go forward. Verrill ducked under a tackle, did well to get it out. And now Roville will look to steady themselves. It's a 2v1. Gee, they'll maybe asking a bit much of Corfy, but he got bailed out with a free kick there.
Yeah, but you can't do that, Chris. You can't tackle front on.
That's exactly right, front on contact. So a chance now with Blake Chambers with footy in hand. As he'll look forward, kicked it into the man on the mark. Zerobi, my apologies, as we had that jumper change confirmed earlier on. As the kick will look down the line and will find its way out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vermont's ball disposal into their forward 50 is not good at the moment.
That's exactly right, Bryce. They've had the pressure to lock it in their half, but they just haven't been able to make much of it just yet as they look forward with Koklo. Now Clark with the footy in hand. He's had a fair few touches in this opening term as we passed 24.5 minutes played. Kick down the line, favoured no one really, as Ross was able to come over the top of the contest in effect.
The difference is at the moment that when Rowville get the ball, they're able to play a little bit of tempo football and just slow it down and look for a target. Vermont are trying too hard, right, to move the ball too quick without singling out opponents, their advantage.
Schoenmakers taps himself, gives it to Clark. Clark's quick inside 50, spoiled. Ground level McCafferty mops up. Bouncing ball in the middle. It's a contest for the nicely barging his way through his Gordian. Now he goes inside with a proppy kick. The position of the defender was good, and he gets a free kick for over the shoulder. So it'll go back to Vermont, and the runner there, and Dobey was like, oh, advantage. But the umpire didn't see it that way. So it's going to go to Pay. Pay goes away. Got paid the free kick, did Pay. And it's Bryant on the other side. He kicks it short, and they're waxing beautifully now, Vermont in defence. But this is where it stops. Long ball down the line. 3 versus 3. Wiedemann, well, he might have gave a bit of a shove, but he was last man standing in that pack. Hand pass off to the runner. Now to half forward, and there's no Wiedemann there to take the mark. And Rowville will go across ground. Dangerous kick. It might be Corfy. Is 3 against 1 in the end. Bounce suits Fisher. Gets Fisher's has been smothered. Nicely done by Clark. Buttering up. His hand pass is intercepted. Flying shot from McLean. And it's a lot of rush play both ways. Finish with McLean, but he couldn't get the goal. And on the bounce, it hits the behind post and it's out of bounds. Right pocket for Vermont. So the numbers didn't sit the kick.
They've been able to set up the turnovers, just maybe a bit of composure.
Just that's what they're lacking.
Well, when you're kicking into a breeze directly, you sort of got to judge your kick a bit better when you're going across goals. Now again is McLean. He's trying to run after it. He's got a bit to do as the ball trickles out of bounds. Left pocket this time. So I think the judgment going across goal, you got to put that back in the bag, I reckon, until you can master it. Play the safe game early in this counter. Don't want to cost goals. Clark now picks up the ball from the ruck contest, goes across ground. He's just going to have a touch finder. In the AFL, that would be insufficient attempt, as the Rowville player was the first one to trail over there, but he couldn't keep it in, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in. So if there was ever a one that was so obvious that he was going nowhere but to the sheds, was that kick from Clark. But it's now it's Vermont getting it off. No shot at goal by Leon in the end. The smothers are good by Rowville in defence, desperate at least, and they kick with clearing now might suit the runners, but the bounce of the ball doesn't. Pay was first there, and he finishes up being the tackler when he first had the ball. So I don't know how that worked out, but it's going to be a ball up centre wing. Broadcast side here at Vermont. The Packer players go at it. Colclough has got there. And I remember last year that Ray didn't tell me what pronunciation he prefers until the fourth quarter. And he let me call him a different name. So I'm going to go Colclough. And that is quarter time. Vermont leading this home encounter, round 12, wrapping up round 12. Vermont at quarter time, 2-1-13. Trail Rowville, 2-2-14. This is a crucial game for the ladder positions of both. It is Rowville by a point. Keep it locked in. We'll be back soon with more Premier Division EFNL.
Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Vermont Reserve for the EFNL Round 12 clash between Vermont and Rowville. The score at quarter time is Vermont 2-1-13 trailing by a point. Rowville 2-2-14. The goal kickers, we're going to get this sorted. Rowville with their jumpers. Roby kicked the first. He's wearing 29. And the other goal kicker was Wood. And for Vermont, Wiedemann and Leon has got the goals. So Brash and Ryan, maybe some comments before we get the boundary riders, because both coaches have still held their players in the huddle.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty even game. I thought maybe Rowville had more ascendancy early, but Vermont, to their credit, it hasn't been pretty, but the effort and intensity is there, and they have been able to set up quite a few turnovers off their defensive work. The problem is probably just their ball use going forward. They've rushed a few things. They've probably haven't made the most when they have had the footy, and I think that is part of the fact that they are a young side and they are playing a very frantic game at the moment. But the signs are there, and the signs would be pretty positive, I would say, Brash, for a young side.
Yes, Ryan, most definitely. The only criticism, if I do have any, is the fact that the Vermont forward 50, a lot of those players are taking the Roville backman to where Wiedemann's running to, and they're not drawing him away to give him some free air to try and get a one-on-one. If you look at the way the ball has come to Wiedemann, there's 2, 3, 4 going wherever he goes. So they are Wiedemann conscious, but then on the other, and I just think that Rowville have just shown a little bit more poise when they've taken possession of the ball, and they're just doing a little bit more with it, but they haven't been able to hurt Vermonters yet.
Yeah, what are they trying to do around the ruck dominance body-wise of Schoenmakers? Do you think that Vermont's actually releasing themselves out of the pack a little bit better? Like Johns, you saw Johns, you've seen Fisher get on the outside, that they seem to, a couple other players getting it moving, they seem to be getting it on the outside from those disputed balls a little bit better.
I think what they're trying to do, Gav, is try and ruck Rove to Schoenmaker's strength and try and take Roville or put pressure on the Roville midfield so that they don't get that benefit.
Yeah, let's go boundaries side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just down here with Ben Wise. Ben, how do you judge that quarter? From what I saw, Vermont's running carry was really strong. And your defence was really solid, I thought, in that quarter. Is that something you kind of spoke about in that quarter-time break?
Not really. I thought we were pretty poor with just execution and the way we wanted to move the footy. Our backline did hold up, but around the source, I just felt they got out of the stoppage forward too much, and we've just got to make sure that we number off that area.
Yeah. And you said composure in ball in hand. Is that something you want to try to capitalise for this second quarter and also the second half?
Yeah, a little bit. I just felt that we didn't shape the ball the way we wanted to out of our back half, and then we had kicking forward to a contest, and they had numbers behind the ball. So I just felt that we'll feed in their offence a little bit, and we just had to tighten that up for the second half.
No, thanks, Wisey. Cheers.
Thanks, the coach of Rowville, Ben Wise, speaking to Blake Tennant. I'll do a bit of a hip wobble there. He sort of repeated what I just said, so that was a nice confirmation. But can Rowville start winning these contests around the centre and the stoppages? Second quarter's underway. Take it away, Chris.
So ready to go again as Dunn and Schoenmakers line up across from each other. Big fly. Schoenmakers got the right mitt to it. Rowville win the first centre clearance. It's well done from them. Kick was just over its target. Now in the hands of a teammate in Mav Taylor, who gets it forward, leading up a few options. Ross flew highest, but it's dropped to Verrill. There's a free kick being awarded for a push, and it's gone the way of James Ross. So the skipper stands up strong in defence as we open this second term. As the Hawks are up by a point, Wilcox takes the mark, just in the back pocket, and finds the lead of a teammate in Leon, who looks centrally now. He finds Pay. Pay would just look to go back across to Ross. The kick was slightly inaccurate though. Ross now has to go by hand. It's in the hands of Bryant. Kick forward, and it's gone out of bounds on the full.
Eight possessions there for a turnover.
Yep, and the uncontested error did not help them at all. So chip kick over the top, looked for Taylor, got there. As Johns will stay on the mark. Taylor just on the boundary line. Maybe 60, 65 out from goal. His kick over the top will find his teammate. Number 33, Nashua Wood. He's already got one today. He's probably a bit out of range for this one, but maybe thinks otherwise in the way he's going back for this. As Johns stand the mark. Wood wheels onto the right, looks to just put it to the top of the square. Massive pack forming under it, few flies, might get out the back. Ball's in the hands of Wilcox. Wilcox goes wide. Now with a footy in hand is McCafferty. And he was ushered over the boundary line, well pressured there by the Hawks. So they'll lock it in the forward pocket. First score of this quarter will go a long way in setting up the rest of it. As the Rucks get ready to do battle once more. Dunn will go up this time. He wins the tap It's off hands. Dunn will have to do groundwork again. Couldn't quite get it. Verrill's around it. Dunn's just sat on the footy. Verrill's still there and is now wrapped up. Ooh, Verrill there applying a lot of pressure. It's in the forward line. I believe it's Sullivan Rowville doing a bit of relief rucking earlier on as Dunn will win this one again. It was off the hands of Greenwood. He couldn't quite take it cleanly. Now snapped on the right boot. Around the corner is Goldwood, but he's well right at that. So ball is, I believe, out of bounds on the full, and we'll wait for the Eagles to bring it back in.
So it looks like Wilcox, he's happy to hand it over to his teammate. He might try to get the 1-2 going from this kick in the pocket. He's set up in the corridor. So the safe option would be go down the line for Vermont. Short options. Spotted Fisher, dropped it. Now it's a turnover. Ball, Roville, another inside 50, not directed to anyone in particular. So it's a disputed ball, 40 metres out, and it'll be a ball up. So the short pass, Fisher.
Yeah, he shouldn't have dropped that, Mark.
He didn't. He probably was waiting for body contact. That was actually, there was no, he didn't realise no one was really near him in the end. It was a great pass, pretty much, but it's a turnover ball, inside 50, free kick here, and they've all stopped. So I've got, just, it must have been in the contest, Johns was held off it, so he'll get the free kick. He'll look inboard, now goes outside. Short pass does find his teammate, and they hold it up nicely to Vermont. Looking inboard, 4 options. Long ball to centre forward. Wiedemann has to back into the pack eventually, and it's a mark in the end. Just sort of fumbling his way through there. McDonald took the mark because he was standing in the right position. Crossfield they go. They haven't always done this well, have they, Rowville? But a couple of short passes, forcing Martini to lead into the ball, and he spilled it maybe in surprise that he was the only one getting onto it, but he's good enough to butter up. Hand passes close to the line. Big leap from over the top. And it's a ripper mark by McDonald. So this time it's Seth McDonald. He took a leap, small ride on the back of Ross, and he takes a good grab. His pass is forcing his teammate Stapleton to get onto the board. So the kicks are forcing their players to get involved. So I like that. Make the player come to the ball. As now the long ball into a 2-on-2 pack. Falling over the balls was Schoenmakers, who drifted forward, and the ball goes off feet accidentally, I reckon. So I don't know what Vermont were appealing for deliberate because it's gone out of bounds. They'll be happy for boundary.
No, Rowville were.
Handball.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think players need to stop appealing. It's not going to happen.
Not on a day when it's super windy and the skills aren't up to par. The umpire's going to be guessing whether it's deliberate or insufficient attempt, so to speak. Quick go, kick goes forward. No mark taken, but at the ground level, off the ground, Clark. Oh, he thought it was a goal until it took a slight deviation and hit the post. So Clark was smart off the pack. Bit of soccering, but it's hit the post. No goal. 1 point for Rowville. 2-3-15 to Vermont. 2-1-13. 5 minutes gone. First term kick nearly chopped off by Rowville, and Mav Taylor. Martini is happy to see it over the line. He couldn't take the grab intercepting that kick out. Let's go boundary side before we get Chris to call on.
Just some stuff from Matt Adolph, the coach of Vermont there. Quarter time, just speaking about Vermont needing to use the outside of the ground more and owning that. And also he wants his forwards leading up more. It's almost like Sammy Wiedemann's doing it all down there for them.
So there's been a free kick found here. It's going the way of Rowville. Footy's in the hands of Matt Evans. Go on, Brash.
That was definitely a free kick. He's pushed him out there. I just can't believe that was a very, very poor attempt there.
It's a bit of a careless error here as Evans is lining up. Had that shot earlier on that resulted in the Roby goal. And he'll kick here from about 50 out, just greater than a 45-degree angle. It's on its way. And has been pulled wide, so another behind here for the Hawks. So they extend the margin, but only by a minor score. It now stands at 3 points. Vermont will bring it out. Play on from the kick in though. Look down the line. Kick just fell short. Looking to bring it out now is Gordian. The Rowville Hawks can look inside. Kick's on its way. Might get out the back if it travels. It won't. Well defended by Wilcox to spoil it over the line behind him.
Just having real trouble to escape their back half at the moment, these kick-ins. They haven't been able to hit targets and turned over on the last few attempts.
Well, I'm interested to see if the winds change any direction, because it was almost like we saw the exact opposite of that down here in the first term. As now it's Clark looking for a check side dribbler. Oh, it's just been touched. Jeez. Would have had to be the perfect kick from Josh Clark and was just an inch off it there. As this time will be Johns to bring the kick in. So maybe a sign that Vermont are feeling the pressure bringing it out, as Johns plays on, looks down the near wing, bodies under it. Showmakers held his man to his pin for doing so. So the Eagles now with a chance to get a bit of territory relief through Noah Burke. Burke looked inside, he's told to play on now. We'll have to use the corridor G kick. Just got to his teammate as now the ball goes forward and it's inside 50 for the first time this term. Roville looking to defend, wrapped up in the tackle and getting the high free kick was Stapleton there, who's back out on the ground after an early injury scare in the first term, but also look to use the wing to bring the footy out. Plenty of options forward, but no clear one, so they just look to take territory. A few leading up. One of them was Taylor, and he took the mark strongly.
Said his locks cut a bit, Bev Taylor.
But Taylor gets it forward, looking for a teammate over the back is Ross. It was well taken. Chance to play on for the handball. Clark, left foot, 40 out. Kick is on its way, and it's hit. Is it hit the post?
Yeah, I reckon it hit the post.
Yeah. Just nicked the post on the way through. So for as much as the Hawks have locked the ball in, unable to make it count on the scoreboard so far. It is 2-1-13, plays Rowville 2-7-19. 6-point lead for the Hawks.
Wilcox goes long to the wing. Wiedemann underneath it. He'd had 2 grabs at it. Nearly took a mark. Chopping of the arm, said the umpire in the end. So Wiedemann picks up the ball. Goes forward of Dixon. Finds a teammate though. And it's long ball goes towards the goals. No Wiedemann to beat that mark, so the defence holding up nicely for Rowville. They just want to get it as far away from the goals as possible, so the sprint's on. Trailing was Dixon. He nearly gets the ball as the Rowville player nearly left it behind as he ran to it.
So that's where a young guy like Noah Burke, when he sees Wiedemann going up the ground, he needs to think that I'm going to have to drop into the goal square to give my forward
then you just wonder if Kafiso would have held it up maybe in retrospect as well. The quick dumping kick has been chopped off, so Vermont will load up again from half back. A long ball to half forward. Late, that's a bump into the marker, and it's going to be a penalty as well. So the mark that would have been is now turned into a free kick and a 25-metre penalty. So this will be a shot at goal in the hands of Fraser Smith, who was always going to take the mark. So the run-in bump on his back was so unnecessary, and it might just be the ultimate cost and tie this game up. Smith from 40 metres out. Vermont trail by 6, 9 minutes into this second term. Load up. He'll have to put it right post and pump it through the goals. He's definitely gone for the distance, and it's curled nicely. It may have gone into the wind a bit with a left to right action, and the right to left wind didn't affect it. It was a goal in the end, and it has tied this game up. 10 minutes gone in this second term. It's 3-1-19, and Rowville at 2-7-19 have really blown their chances in this second term.
Actually, it's probably a goal against the grain, really, because Rowville have basically controlled this contest, very early on for basically the first 9 minutes, and that was only probably Vermont's second time in their forward 50.
Well, Ben Wise will be seething that one's gone through, and they've conceded the first goal, and they may be conceding the second here as Greenwood sends it forward. Schruck got a lot on the footy, but wasn't paid the mark. Leon looking to get it out. Here's Schruck again, looks down the line, dumping kick. 1v1 contest out there. In pursuit of it was Bryant. And now footy found its way over the boundary line. So we're all tied up here. 3-1 plays 2-7, 19 points apiece. There's 10 minutes gone in this second quarter, I should say. So the rucks were set up to go at it. Showmaker's got an uncontested run at it, faded into the handball. Got a kick off, but was smothered. Wrapping up in a tackle now is Fisher.
Well, I think Coldcloud was probably a little bit unlucky there, because I think he did try to get rid of it, but umpire thought differently.
So Fisher sends the kick down the line. It's off the hands of Cooper McDonald and out of bounds. So we'll have another boundary throw in.
It seems like that wind, Chris, is really dragging that ball when it's close to that side of the ground.
It's a very good point. Brushes are waiting for the footy to make its way back over the fence, as it has now. We're just about ready to get back underway. So it's Showmakers going against Tyson this time. Showmakers gets a two-hand tap. He does well. Colclough in pursuit. Now it's out through Greenwood. With the footy in hand was Brian, and he's wrapped up straight away from Colclough again. So we'll have another ball up. You centre wing on the far side here is a dog has maybe eaten our effects, Mike, because that ripped through the headset as Showmakers will win the tap. And that one goes straight out of bounds again. So a bit of stop-start footy early here, but Vermont won't like it. They've been under the cosh early in this term. But they've made it count on the scoreboard, which their opponents have not so far in Rowville. So Tyson and Showmakers go at it again. This time it's Fisher bringing it out, sends a kick forward. Kick probably didn't connect as nicely as we would have liked. Verrill keeps it in, gets it off to Cooper McDonald. McDonald looks down the line. Wilcox is under it, but that will sail over the fence and out of bounds on the full.
I know it's been ugly football for Vermont, but it's probably suiting them at the moment because it's not allowing Rowville to to get out and spread the ball around.
So Wilcox now assessing his options. Finds a lead up just down the line. Have a chance to pick out another target here. It's not an awful lot of movement in front of the footy, but the kick will just be long, take a lot of territory. It's off the hands of two Roville defenders as they flew. Wiedemann got on the left boot around the corner. Verrill has the handball backwards. Schruck's there. He's waved off. The kick might just miss its target, but it's a well-taken mark. Stood up well and went back with it. So the Hawks are bringing it out. Schruck kicked it into his opponent who was closing down in Dobe. Brilliant pressure there from Tyler Dobe.
Boundary.
He's spoiled all over the line as we go boundary side to Oscar Ludke.
Got some weather conditions for you boys. We've got a bit of a north-northwesterly wind coming across at the moment, which will die down a bit later, and possibly some showers developing. Hopefully it'll miss us.
Okay, so while it's dry, we might be needing to either team really get out a bit of a cushion. If the conditions worsen, as we're back in the centre circle here, as the footy's made its way there and wrapped up in the tackle is Henry Smith.
Lavinia Nixon on the boundary line. That's fantastic.
That sounded very good, actually.
So umpires just organising. It's Tyson in the ruck once more, doing the relief rucking, looking to bring it out with Stapleton. Got it to Cole Clow. Cole Clow's kick will just hit the arc. No real winner of it just yet. He's gone forward through Roby. Mark taking handball off. Another handball for Rowville. They need to get a shot on target here, and the drop punt will make its way. And it's another behind. So the Hawks doing everything right, but stand at 2 goals, 8-20.
Well, the numbers they had there, that was unforgivable.
Yeah, well, that's right, and that's been the story of their quarter so far. 13 minutes, and well, they kicked 5 behinds.
Yeah, you're right. The first time 6 behinds, that one gets 2, and Bryant now gets the receiving kick from Wilcox, goes down the line. Punch comes in from the Rowville fence. Ground level ball not taken by Spencer, and it's out of bounds at halfback. Vermont will be happy with that play. They trail by a point. So every time they allow for the wind shots a goal, though, Rowville, it doesn't come around for them. And every time they try to penetrate the ball through the middle, it sort of drifts up on them. No one touched out of the rock contest, so the umpire's called his own rule here and said, well, if no one touches it, we're redoing it.
Give it to me.
So another boundary throw. I don't think the boundary throwing was that bad. The rucks are they're back at the centre circle almost. Now the ball gets to them, and front level, Roville might get forward to the pack here, trying to get it going. There was Martindale. Now it's bobbling around, hand pass flowing. Cole Clow gets it back to Martindale. His ball has been chopped off. Nice mark, intercept there. And it'll be Vermont loading up, long ball out of defence. They seem to be outnumbered in this position. Ground level. It's a big disputed ball, but it's Rowville getting out. The hand pass, trying to get it going forward is Suleimani. His hand pass finally gets a teammate. The rush kick on the bounce. Thiessen did nicely just to smother it to the ground. So it's now a 50-50 contest, leaving it behind. Again was Suleimani. Now it's flying out to the left boundary line. Martini's ball was smothered as he tried to quickly put it on the right. So it's bobbling around. The wind's playing an effect. The defenders are trying to keep control of the ball. The attackers are trying to snare any loose ball, and it really is not clear-cut at the moment. Wiedemann front position. No clear contest. One Suleimani hand passes to the open, trying to get it through the centre forward. Hand pass gets out eventually. Colclough puts it in the middle of the pack with his hand pass, so I don't know what he was thinking was going to open up. And the umpire's going to penalise the Rowville player for not even trying to get rid of it. So it was a bit stiff. Jones hand pass received. Takes on a second tackler. He ran around the man on the mark. Really didn't know there was going to be someone blocking him. And it's that tackle done by the Rowville player. Martini gets a long ball in the forward line. It's going to be an unperturbed effort because there's no one in the way, and having a straight line fly at the ball, Rowville will take the mark 15 metres out and they're going to have an easy shot at goal. But the no shot has been easy for Rowville. They've kicked 6 points this quarter. And Martini's tackle has been rewarded with a long kick in. He had 2 to the advantage of 1. And the one that was in good position was Seth McDonald. Just had the line of the ball, flew at it, and had no body on him when he took the mark 20 metres from goal. So Seth McDonald puts it on the left post. He drives it through just. He was within range for it to be a goal. And McDonald finally gets, after all those efforts of inside 50s, and there's a fight on now. But it's all too late for Vermont to stop that goal. Rowville 3-8-26, leading by 7. Vermont 3-1-19, 17 minutes gone, second term.
Yeah, Brash, they really needed that for the dominance they've had in this quarter to not have a goal next to their name. That was a vital one for their for their work that they've done in this quarter without...
Yeah, there's nothing worse, Ryan, when you've dominated possession for the quarter and you kick 1 goal, 6 or none or 7 behinds. It's soul destroying, really.
So we're back at it in the middle as Clark worked the handball out. Kick now goes inside forward 50. There's a couple Hawks out the back, couldn't quite get to it. And now taking the footy and being wrapped up in a tackle is Jaden Pay.
So Brash, does Johns have to stop asking for those hand pass receives behind a man?
Yeah, I do. But I also think it's instinct too, because of the way that he delivers the ball. Right, because he doesn't waste a possession, Gav.
As Vermont have cleared their lines for now, it fell into the hands of Wiedemann, who gives the handball receive off to Hyder. Hyder looks to go quick inside 50. Fisher's there, he's in pursuit in the long sleeves. He's got an opposition player behind him, I should say, but footy's bounced any which way and it's gone over the boundary line.
When Vermont move the ball into their forward 50, they really are struggling to hit a target, but when Rowville go in, even though they've kicked 1 goal 6, at least they're hitting targets, and that's the difference at the moment.
So a chance for Vermont now to pile on a bit more pain as boundary throwing comes into their forward pocket. It will be Rowville who look to clear their lines and do so well. They've got a bit of run in the middle now. We'll look to use the far side and switch the play. Josh Clark's in pursuit as the ball goes over the head. So Clark, sorry, it's Nashua Wood, but he's wrapped up straight away in the tackle. Footy spilled loose, but he's been pinned for holding the ball anyway.
He didn't have the prior opportunity, but he pulled it in once he was on the ground.
That's exactly right. So Patrick Corfey rewarded for his defensive pressure as he'll now assess his options of forward of the footy. And we'll look inside 50 now. There's a few leading up. One of them is Wiedemann, got one hand out to it, couldn't quite take it. Verrell's just going to look to take a dumping kick down the line. Woods under it again, couldn't take it cleanly at all himself. The Eagles have to go backwards, go forward. Tried to step out and got pinned brilliantly. Maverick Taylor not letting his man go anywhere. As Taylor might look to go quickly, but no, he will slow things down instead. Martini with the footy now. As he'll look down the line just in front of this Vermont dugout. There's plenty of players around it. One of them was done, handballed it out to Ross, who didn't know Wood was around him. Just got the handball out. Johns goes one more. Now riding the tackle and wrapped up by Clark. High tackle awarded though, so.
Just worry about McLean, who's limping off at the moment for Vermont.
Tyler Dobe took the free kick that he was given. Now gets it to Dixon. Dixon goes wider to Bryant. He looks wide once more and finds a teammate in Sam Mayles. So, a few marks being strung together here, but they've messed it up. Just as I've said that, the Eagles, as the Hawks now looking to repel. They have to go backwards to go forward. I've coughed it up. Fisher's there. Now looking for the kick inside forward 50. There's a lead up target. Wiedemann's around there. He's got 2 to beat. Stepping left, going right. Brilliant work from the Hawks defense as now they can clear their lines. And they'll look to use the far side wing. It's a 1v1. No clear winner of it yet. Verrell's around the footy. So to his Taylor, but eventually wrapped up in a tackle.
Boundary.
Verrell the tackler as we go boundary side to Oscar Latke.
Jake McLean's done his left leg there, boys, so we'll let you know if anything else changes.
Thanks for that, Oscar, as the ball went up and then came down without a touch on it. So Dixon wrapped up in a tackle. We'll go at it again. Dunn's up there. Showmakers will win the tape. He gets it down to Colclough. Colclough's kick goes inside 50 and sliding on the ground to take the intercept mark was James Ross, who's been brilliant so far for the Eagles.
Yeah, he's done a sterling job at the moment, James Ross.
Short pass finds McCafferty, who looks left outer side. Another short pass. And they're finding targets and slowing it down because they're under a heap of pressure. Vermont go in the middle. This is a dangerous kick if it doesn't hit the target. The late spoil is too late. So it's still with Tyson. Done, long ball, and it doesn't suit the Vermont players, but off the fall, Wiedemann hand passes it off. potentially Greenwood there might receive, but he just can't pick it up on the ground, so he might need some help trying to get through the pack. Vermont, but the turnover has come. The long ball as the dog's barking. He's happy for Martini to run on it. He spills it, still timed to dodge out of the back, puts it on the deck, and the bounce of the ball just misses the right post. So Martini got out the back at centre forward. He spilt the mark, but he made space, missed behind. So it's another miss to Rowville, 3-9-27, leading by 8 over Vermont, 3-1-19. Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, you talk about James Ross. Obviously he's known as a full back, but he's been playing predominantly as the ruck. So that's a big move from Vermont.
So Vermont, they have trouble getting it out until Dunn takes another mark. So that was good effort. Long ball onto the wing. Wind is gust picking up a little bit, so that affected the kick. Chop off ball, nicely done. So Roville, they'll look to go through the middle. Colclough, hand pass to a man just near him, so it does still work out because the kick will find. Oh no, it just dropped short, and no mark taken in the end by Wood because chopping in was Johns. Johns has got a short, the man's not facing him, so they're finally turning around and trying to get it with Smith, and he had to be the tackler. So Johns, he saw him all on his own, but that man didn't know he was next.
You can even see he realised right as he'd gone to kick it, he's not looking at me, and then there was no power on the kick anyway.
Yeah, so it didn't turn out to be a turnover, but it's still now a 50-50 ball on the wing. Time to look at the score.
You're right, it could have been a lot worse.
Time on, 27 plays 19. Rowville leading. They've scored 1-7 this quarter. Now they look to go ahead again. Martini, long ball, in good position. Well, he just fell out of trying to take the mark, was the big fella for Rowville. And another one comes in to McDonald. So did he get the call out there? Because Seth McDonald took the easy mark in the end. But I just felt
it
like...
must have been good communication if...
Every time Rowville go into their forward 50, they look dangerous, whereas Vermont, their indirectness and inability to hit a target is really starting to hurt them now.
So at ground level is the mark taken by McDonald as Evans looked to be the one in line, and it's McDonald who finishes off the work. Beautifully done by McDonald, and it's Seth McDonald's second for the term. At least he knows where the middle of the goals is for Rowville. It's 4-9-33. Rowville leading by 14 over Vermont, 3-1-19.
And this is the danger time here for Vermont. I'd say there's probably 4 or 5 minutes to go. They cannot afford to let Rowville get another couple of quick ones here, otherwise they could be in trouble heading into the second half.
And it's felt like it's been coming.
Yeah, it has.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they get one or two more in before half time.
This ball's up in the middle and ready to do it all over again as Colclough gets it back to Clark, who sends a hoofing kick inside forward 50. There's a few under it, and one is Taylor.
I think it's Evans.
It's Evans there, apologies, who takes the mark. As easy as you like from Rowville, they're almost a training drillers. They won the tap. Colclough got it back to Clark, who sent it forward, and Evans with the lead up was always going to beat his man there.
And I did say at the start of the match that sooner or later when the Rowville forward started to take control, they were going to be really hard to beat. This is their moment at the moment.
So Evans will kick. Still looking for his first of the day from about 35, 40 metres out. Slight angle, his kick's on its way, and he makes no mistake this time. Third time's the charm for Matt Evans. And now, as we've been expecting all quarter, but Rowville are threatening to blow this one wide open.
Yeah, well, it's been probably the story of the quarter, and now they're starting to convert those opportunities. Have to win this centre clearance. Vermont can't afford to have this lead get any worse before that half-time siren.
It's interesting to see the stark contrast between that first 5 minutes, which was the 5 behinds, going to, as you said, Chris, a training drill in the last 5 minutes.
So it's Vermont only 1 goal for the quarter. Rowville have piled on 3 goals, 7. So they're lucky they're still in it, the Eagles, at this stage, as Greenwood taps it forward to Schoenmakers. Turned it over. Clark now goes forward. It's over the head of a teammate as they're looking to still work it forward. The Hawks have got it back wide. It's off hands, off feet. No real winner of the footy just yet, but now Rowville have got it. They'll look wide and they'll find a mark. Well composed. Now the Hawks will look to go one further and inside 50 as there's a few leading up at it. Body standing under the footy. Footy's gone out the back of the pack. No real winner just yet. Martini's in pursuit. Showed it to his Dobe, and now finally the ball's made its way out for a boundary throw-in.
That Rowville forward 6 are really tackling very hard to try and keep that ball in their forward 50 to create opportunities.
So Ross was in the ruck that time, but the ball's made its way back out of bounds. So we'll have another boundary throw in. There's 26 and a half played in this second term, so you feel like, barring a miracle, if any score is going to come, it's going to be from Rowville. As the Rucks will go out once more. Ross gets two hands to it, taps it down, but wheeling away was Verrell. Gets it to a teammate. And that will probably go down as one of the all-time misses of the 2025 Eastern Football Netball League season.
That was a shank, wasn't it, Chris?
That from 10 metres out, Seth McDonald, who won't want to see that one back, the Richmond VFL listed player. We'll hope no one from the VFL saw that one as well, but missed it so badly. Came off the side of the boot, went out for a throw-in, but now intercept mark taken. The Hawks look to use the corridor again. Overcooked the kick, though. They'll look to use it through Burke, who goes forward into the corridor. Maybe Vermont can somehow get a score on the board. Gee, this would be a 2-goal swing, wouldn't it? As the Eagles look wide, Fisher takes a mark. Won't be able to play on just yet, but does so now. Goes right, steps left, gets the footy. Brilliantly smothered on the mark. Now Roville looking to repel. They get the footy down the line. Bodies through the corridor. They'll look to use him as Martini goes forward. There's still time on the clock as we go down. Ball was off the hands of McDonald once more. Plenty of pressure around the Sharon at the moment as they look to bring it out. The Hawks still with it. There's McDonald. Kick. Can this one be a bit better? Puts it out in front. He's got a man there who's just rushed it for a behind because he knew he didn't have the legs to get to it in Matthew Evans.
I'm not sure who the tackler was on Taylor, but that wasn't good enough. You got to stop that there. Can't let him run through.
Had him wrapped up and then let him go at the opportune moment. So Johns looks down the line. Wiedemann was a target. Well intercepted by the Hawks there.
They cannot hit a target now in their forward 50.
In the form of Cooper McDonald, and just heard from Brash, they're really struggling to get the ball out now, the Vermont Eagles on their home turf. As Ross will fly for it, did well to spoil from the back, and now they'll go backwards to go forward, thrown on the boot, and the siren goes in the second term. So 3-1-19 plays 5-10-40. It is the Rowville Hawks up by 21, and in all honesty, they'll be scratching their heads trying to figure out how on earth they're not up by another 21 points. As before we go into our major break at halftime, we go through our goal kickers so far today for Vermont. Singles to Sam Wiedemann, Cooper Leon and Fraser Smith. And on the other side of things, for the Hawks playing away from home, we have 2 to Seth McDonald, and then singles to Nashua Wood, Matt Evans and Sullivan Roby. As we'll head in for our halftime break, and shortly we'll be back with you for your halftime talks from our boundary riders as well. So we'll be back shortly.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to EFNL Game Day presented by Eastland. It's a Sunday clash, the standalone clash played here at Vermont Recreation Reserve between Vermont and Rowville, and this is the halftime show. My name is Blake Tennant. I'm joined by Oscar Ludke. Did I get that one right? Did I?
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
The one and only Matt Spider-Lee as well for this halftime show. The conditions have just been awful. That's the first thing I just want to say.
Well, they're tough, the conditions, Blake. They're not. I mean, they're uncomfortable for players, but this is what really tests the team, who can acclimatise to the tough conditions and who can use the ball better. And clearly, in that second term, Rowville used the ball with more purpose, but just didn't reflect that on the scoreboard. Kicking, what was it in the end? 2 goals, 7, I think it was. Look, they're dominating in clearance and the contested ball, but it's just been. And then when they get the ball up there, they could easily have had 3, 4, 5, 6 goals. So they could have doubled their current lead, but it's just the inability for Vermont to be able to move the ball with some method and purpose and get the entries into their forward line to give themselves a chance to score. Their skill execution at the moment isn't probably as good as what they would like, so they've got to tidy that up going into the second half. But the lack of pressure too. But I think the pressure from Roville, their forwards have been terrific, not letting that ball out. Guys like Seth McDonald playing really well. Evans playing a really strong game. Matt Martini really came into the game in the second term. Cole Cloud was really instrumental, and I think Josh Clark as well. But Shawmakers in the ruck is giving them first use, and they're being able to transition the ball with some strength.
Yeah, definitely. James Ross has been in the ruck, which is a bit ordinary from my point of view, but I guess
it's not his normal position.
It's just with the what's that word called, continuity with Vermont's team at the moment with the injuries and the depth as well. We've just questioned.
Yeah, they just don't have the dynamic method to be able to move players around with the flexibility that they would like. At the moment, they're just throwing the magnets around.
Yeah, and Oscar, I've got a question for you as well. Just Sam Wiedemann, yes, he's kicked 1 goal, but are they just going into him like 1,000 times? And it's just not working, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so. I think their footy is below par. I mean, they're a good team, but they're relying too much on Wiedemann in that forward line, and they need to lead up, and they need to create some more options other than just getting it down the line and banging it straight to Wiedemann.
Yeah, I'd even be more inclined, Oscar, and wait to consider the move of Sam Wiedemann pushing him further up the ground just to see what impact that can have in this game.
And we saw him push up on the outer wing before, but then when they did get the footy down, they weren't able to sort of get it forward. So even if he pushes up,
it's half a dozen one, half a dozen the other, isn't it?
Yeah. That's just how I see it. As for here, we might just, I don't know what time.
Still got a little bit of time, but I think in terms of what you've got to get out of this second half, for Rowville, they'll just want to hit the scoreboard in this quarter. I mean, and guys like Nashwood playing some really strong footy, they'll want to hit the scoreboard this quarter, really stamp their authority on this game and try and double this lead and really close this game out. Vermont, on the other hand, they're just hanging on at the moment. They've really got to make some impact in the early part of this quarter. Really work on their contested ball and their clearances, because they were on top early in the game, but they've just been overwhelmed in the latter part of that second term. But for them, they've just got to move the ball a little bit more efficiently and lift their vision a little bit more, spot up some targets, and when they do have possession, balance that tempo out, trying to play with speed, but also be able to move the ball with a bit more tempo down the ground as well.
Yep, all right, well, there you have it. I just want to go quickly, boys. Can we make a case for Vermont, or is it just going to be a Rowville dominant, second half?
I think it's going to be a dominant Rowville second half, to be honest. I think we're really finding out who the strong team is in this competition. Rowville will definitely step this up in the second half, and you would think that they'll kick away to a comfortable win. But Vermont, as we just alluded to, the challenge is them for now. Can they get something out of this game in the second half? And if they can kick a couple of early goals, they'll give themselves a small chance going into three-quarter time. But they've got to do the work early part of the third term.
Oscar?
Yeah, I think it's not over for Vermont. They've got a chance if they can bounce back in this second term, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
The footy that they've shown so far, I don't see it happening. And if they play like this against Blackburn next week, then they're going to get torn apart because they're second on the ladder.
Well, Rowville will be kicking to the wind as well, which is going to be...
But this is all a personnel issue, boys. This is personnel, lack of personnel. This is, like we're talking about a team that hasn't got the depth of what Rowville currently has out there. Personnel is certainly making an impact, but some of the younger players are showing some promising signs. So it's a little bit of a look to the future for Vermont at the moment as well.
Yeah. All right, well, that might wrap us up here for halftime show. My name's Blake Tennant, hosting halftime, joining, of course, with Oscar Lucky and, of course, Matt Spider Lee. There you have it. That was our halftime thoughts, of course. And after this, the second half action between Vermont and Rowville for this Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Vermont Reserve, and it's Rowville leading this round 12 encounter on a Sunday, so it's a one-off encounter that is now an annual event between these two clubs, and Rowville got a great record in these games, and they continue to hold sway. 5-10-40 Rowville leading Vermont at halftime by 21, 3-1-19. And it was looking ominous there, Spider, Matt Lee. Just get some of your special comments as we get back into broadcasting the second half. you made some interesting points about how this game's looking and what changes could be possible from a Matt Adolf point of view.
Yeah, look, we just spoke to it prior to the break with Blake and Oscar, but yeah, it would be interesting to see what Matt Adolf decides to do, whether he just thinks about moving Sam Wiedemann up the ground just to get him involved in the game, maybe give the forward line a different look, some smaller options, see if they can bring ball to ground, or even to set up some smaller targets to give them an opportunity to score, because that's where they're lacking at the moment. And just the way that they're using the ball, they've just got to change it up a little bit, because on turnover, Roville are just punishing them, and it's just been a domination in terms of contested ball and clearance, but more importantly on turnover, they have really taken the whip handle to them. So they're getting the ball in there, and they could easily be further in front, but it's going to be the challenge for them in the early part of this quarter. If they get hold of this game, the margin could significantly blow out. So big challenge for Vermont to see if they can hold on, but I expect Rowville now to go on with the business like they did in that second term, and really make a real big clear fist of it going into the second half, because they are proving that they're a dominant side.
And with Rowville being a strong side around the clinches, Ryan, it's interesting that Rowville are going with it, pump it forward, the numbers will win out. The more inside 50s, the more scores they'll get, and eventually they'll go through the middle and they'll break away in this game. But how does Vermont get on when those disputed 50-50 around the stoppages? How can they get back in the game in that point of view, because they're just not getting any territory?
You're right. You're really putting a lot of pressure now on your big stars in Lockie Johns. I know he's coming back into the game, so he might not be 100%, but if they're to win this game, he really needs to put a few blokes on, and Greenwood put a few blokes on his back and really take this game on. And they're forward, I feel like they're a bit predictable going forward, Brash. Every time you know where they're going in the Wiedemann direction. Rowville know that. There's so many numbers around Wiedemann, so they're not going to get the one-on-one opportunities unless they're going to move the ball really quick. Just going to have to take the game on.
Suggestion was given to me. I was having a chat to a couple of Vermont people at half-time, and I agree with them. They need to change they've got to change the forward setup. Maybe put Wiedemann in a ruck and get Burke and the other guy.
Yeah, he's got to get into the game, Brush.
Yeah.
Well, what about they need a bigger body to stop Martini
Well, Martini was fantastic in that second term. He really started to get them in control of the game.
But Schoenmakers is jumping all over the existing ruckman. The Vermont ruck is not even jumping. And if you have a look at the way that Schoenmakers is just getting up and he's palming the ball into an area where Josh Clark just runs onto it, and Clark is just getting centre clearance disposal at will here.
Is that James Ross into the ruck, or?
But Ross is not a ruck, mate.
No.
It looks like he's in there at the moment as we are ready to go in this second half, and Greenwood's handball missed the target, got it to Johns. They're just looking to hoof it forward at the moment. There's Ross looking to bring it out, just hoofs a kick forward. Bit of a mongrel kick looking for the forward 50, but it will just trickle out of bounds to the right there.
To be quite honest with you, I like to, whilst James Ross has probably made his name as a backman, I think he's got a lot more positions to offer, which I don't think have been exploited yet.
Boundary throw in 60 out from the Vermont uprights. They need the first score of this quarter if they want to make anything out of this game, but there's a free kick going against Ross this time, so Schoenmakers went to play on and just fumbled the footy when he went to handball it, so play on is the call now. Ross looking to bring it out, had it, then didn't have it now. Brought out through Stapleton. Clark goes wide one further, looking to bring it forward to the Hawks, but the whistle's been blown and we'll have, I believe, a boundary throw in as they just weren't quite able to keep the footy in play. So get ready to go again. So is Ross staying in the ruck against Schoenmakers this time? So they've elected for the skipper instead of Oscar Dunn in the ruck. This time it's Schoenmakers that wins out. They go at it again. This time Ross picks it up, gets a handball off, turned it over though as he was in high pressure. Now the kick goes very, very high and will drop to a pack of two players out the back now. In pursuit is Varel. That's Will Varel this time as he'll go back and just find a target. And it's a well-taken mark. So Roville with a chance to pile on the paint a bit more.
See their back line there once again. Too much of the Vermont. They've pushed too far up the ground, and they've been pushed wide again. It's just inexperience. They're just, and Roville are exploiting that inexperience at the moment.
So Seth McDonald's looking for his third of the day from a 30-degree angle, 30 metres out, and just about got the carry on it. So the Hawks strike first. And this is really, really starting to look like it's out of Vermont's hands at the moment, which is not good news at all for the Eagles, as McDonald's, the Richmond VFL listed player, gets his third of the day and pushes his tally for the season to 13 goals in just his fourth game.
Well, to be honest with you, Chris, I keep pretty meticulous stats, right? And I base my games on 100-minute games. At the moment, Vermont are only able to play 40 minutes of football in 100 minutes. It's not going to win you games of football.
So it's Vermont winning the kick out, but the high up and under by Ross has gone out of wide, and he was looking to boot it as far as he could, but in the end it went off the right and went out of bounds, out of side. So it's an interesting move. I like Ross in there, but we just need some ground level support. He did the rucking and the roving that time. Boundary throw in. Ross pushes, gets some good body position. Ground level. Ball comes towards Leon, who couldn't just hold his front position ahead of Stapleton, and Stapleton escorts it out of bounds.
As long as Ross can break even and doesn't allow Rowville, their midfielders and on-ballers just to run the ball away from centres from those clearances at will, then it's a win-win for Vermont.
Push on Ross. He really sly. He just got in front late in front of Schoenmakers, and he pushed him out of a reflex motion, and it's a free kick to the new ruckman for Vermont. Ross goes out wide. He's kicking. He's only got one side. The ball goes off his boot, and that's outright, and it misses out on a inside 50. So it'll be Verrill who's got it. So Cal Verrill goes long down the line, out of wing. Big Flyers go at it. Ground level ball. Roville up and racing now. They get the bouncing ball inside. Wilcox, he's put himself in good position. The chop on the hands was late to spoil the mark, so it's going to be a free kick, not a mark. But Wilcox, that's his one advantage. He reads the play well. His kicking might not be to his advantage as he turns it over to Stapleton and standing at centre forward going, geez, I'm lucky to get this one. And now he loads a long ball. The Flyers will come at it, and there's a good mark in front to the Hawks. And they've just got the numbers inside the forward line. Stapleton had so many ready to fly, and it was a man drifting into the front to take the mark again, and this time it's in the hands of Swainston, Thomas Swainston, who was late to the party but drifted in front of a couple of Flyers.
On senior debut, I believe, Gav.
Yeah, so that's why we haven't seen much of him yet in this game, but how about introducing yourself to senior football with a goal?
If the alarm bells aren't ringing, they certainly are now.
Swainston puts it, it's drifting, it's hold line, he's celebrating, the team will get around him. A big moment for the young fella, congratulations to him. Big mark, big goal, first in senior footy, and just about 18 guys, well 17 plus himself, have got over to congratulate him, and that is a fantastic moment for Swainston. Thomas Swainston, his first goal, pushes Roville out to a big lead now. 33-point margin, 5 minutes third term. Roville leading on the scoreboard, 7-10-52. Vermont are stuck on 3-1-19.
Now this is where the character of the Vermont Football Club are going to come right into play. They can't afford to allow Roville to just start run all over them.
All right, and again in the middle here is Johns this time, wins the centre clearance. It's a much need as he looks inside forward 50 directly. Still looking to bring it out of the Eagles. They can't quite get it. There's Ross again, I believe, and he's caught one high.
He's trying really hard here, James Ross, to try and keep his side in the contest. He needs a few mates.
Well, he's doing what he can, and it's exactly right, Brush. He does need a bit of help out there, because even if he's breaking even in the contest, the likes of Josh Clark in the midfield is just breaking this game wide open for Roville.
Just how he's kicking, he should aim for us. That's how his kicking's gone, unfortunately.
I think James has got to aim for that left inside the left goal post.
So he's dead in front. He'll kick from about 42 or so metres out as kick is on its way. It's got the carry, and the goal umpire barely needed a move. So he's trying to rev his team up after that one. It's a brilliant kick there. Skipper stands up well. James Ross gets his first of the day.
Well, you got to really credit James Ross and his effort in this clash, particularly as this game starts to slip away. We've seen him come out playing in the ruck at the start of this quarter. He's won a fair bit of the footy and sparking them with a goal as well. So he's doing everything he can.
And that's why I think, like I said, I know he's been pigeonholed down down in that back line, but he's got a lot more to offer. And I think Vermont should try and utilise that as the season progresses.
Credit to the coaching move there as here goes Johns. Picks up the ball. Long ball in good position. 2 grabs at it. No mark taken by Burke. At the ground, it's going to be a goal. And Burke butters up nicely. No mark when he could have taken it without spoil, but he was first to predict where it would next be and puts it on the boot for a goal. So is this a mini revival? We hope so as a neutral. Burke dropping the mark, but he doesn't drop the chance to get a goal. And it's a fantastic effort by Burke. Long ball out of the middle by Johns.
Yeah, that's right. Probably should have taken the mark, but he did keep it in front of himself. The second effort was great. Finished it nicely. Johns out of the middle, but again, Ross, it was a smart little tap that he did get it to Johns in the first place to set that all up. So there you go, 2 in 30 seconds, really.
So Vermont playing a bit of Route 1 football at the moment, just going real direct as Cole Cloud will get the footy here and just send it on the left boot. Kick goes high. His body's under it. They both fall, but it's a holding free kick that's going to be going the way of Vermont. So a chance to keep the momentum going. They've cut the lead to 21. So it's Smith who was awarded the free kick. He'll look to go backwards. They'll look to switch it through Will Cox, who is taking his time picking out an option here. Doesn't look like he's got a ton ahead of him. We'll have to go back down that far side wing. There's bodies under it, standing under, got two hands to it, couldn't quite take it. Cooper Leon now got hunted down, the footy hit his knee, but that's not a correct disposal. So the Hawks are rewarded for their effort. And they have options now, just looking to slow play down a bit. Or just pump it long, so territory seems to be the priority for both of these sides coming out of half-time. As the footy's found its way out for a boundary throw-in.
And I honestly feel that Vermont are only going to get one chance at this momentum.
So your boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Almost need the lights on here, boys. It's very dark out here. Almost need the yellow ball, to be honest. So lights have to be coming on.
Exactly right, Blake. Very overcast here. His Showmakers went for a double-handed tap over his head. Handball missed its target. Now there's still footy to be won here. No real suitors just yet. Vermont looking to bring it out. Fisher was around. It's falling into the hands of an opponent. But now Rowville looking to go forward. Wilcox is in pursuit. Bursting away from Wilcox. Got the handball off. Cole Clow. Shot on goal.
It's been a great day. I can't believe.
I don't know what's going on. Who is that?
Not sure where that's coming from. Someone probably standing right under the Atmos at the moment.
Maybe turn the Atmos. We're getting a full conversation there.
Anyway, the kick from, I believe it was Cole Cloud, made its way through. So you had a mystery guest on special comments, but...
That's a broadcast terrorist. That was deliberate, and he threw you off big time, did he not, Chris?
No, he just... Very confused, looking around thinking, gee, it's not Brash's voice, and I know Ryan doesn't sound like that.
It did sound like he actually had a full headset on. And was,
he was standing right in front of the mic.
It was a Vermont club member, so...
Well, it serves them right now because they conceded the goal off it. But anyway, we're back into the middle. Wrapped up in a tackle. Play on is a call. Cole Clouds around the footy. Ross looking to bring it out. The lights are on. There you go, Blake Tennant. He's wrapped up in the middle again. We'll be ready to do it all
They
over.
just listen to me, don't they?
Well, we might need Oscar Jane Bunn to get going with more predictions because spot on with the early read. Now John spears a ball in. No mark taken for Vermont inside 50, bobbling around. Tackler was a bit fierce from Kafi, so didn't let Verrill to get up with the ball, but he had his head over it, and over the shoulder was the tackle. Free kick for Verrill. He's looking both ways before he just goes straight down the line like he always should have. Kick, no mark taken. A couple of hands from each team, and it'll be a ball up at half forward for Roville. So Mav Taylor will pick himself up and hand the ball over to the umpire. Ball up. Big goal against a slight move there by Vermont. Got 2 in a row before Roville got their lead back out to 27. But at the back of the square, can Vermont get it going? In front of Kafiso now. He leads the race. He did only temporarily because some clean heels there by the player in Martingale, who made up 3 metres in the blink of an eye and led his way to the boundary fence in the end. He maybe had too much pace up.
Yeah, but that sort of epitomises the desperation between the two sides. That Roville player went full tilt at that ball. That Vermont player, as young as he is, he needed to keep running and chasing that ball. He gave up.
I think it's one of those ones where you're 2 steps ahead of yourself, hoping that when you pick up the ball, but when in those forts complex, it allows the man with one mindset to just overtake you and take it out of bounds. But it's a ball up in the outer side here of Vermont Reserve. Wrestle goes in the ruck. No free kick against Rowville there, which may have been. So Showmakers is starting to push his way around, and we go boundary side for more comment.
Just some more updates on the weather, guys. The wind has dropped from 24 kilometres per hour to 22. However, the wind is still coming across the ground quite heavily.
You must have the amphemometer out there.
The rain should hold off till the last quarter, but I'll keep you guys updated.
Yeah, I was looking at the radar myself. It looks like it's probably an hour away.
Very accurate there by Oscar.
45 minutes away to be exact, guys.
Oh, big shout.
Do you reckon we could just blow the siren now?
Well, Fraser Smith won't want that because he's having a shot at the goal. He stood under the ball for a while, but he took a chest mark as the ball went inside 50 from 40 metres out. Puts it to the left post, dropping short. Wiedemann tried to mark it before the spoil come in, but the defence holds up nicely, and it's a minor score conceded from the kick from Fraser Smith, and it's Vermont moving on to 5-2, 32. Trail in this third term by 26. Rowville 8-10, 58.
The kick finds the corridor. Plenty of bodies around him. One was McCaffrey. Now goes to ground and try and pick it up. Couldn't quite do it well. Vero was slung around in the tackle, lost the footy. Now looking to burst away. The Eagles, brilliant tackle there. Looking to bring it out once more, and they do so well. Kick's gone forward for the Hawks. Leading up is a Vermont defence. McCaffrey's around it once more. Couldn't quite get there. And now being wrapped up in a tackle just inside the forward 50 of the Hawks. So we'll have a ball up. So the umpire's called for the footy. We'll go at it again. Rucks cancel each other out more or less. No real winner of the footy is the umpire will call for it once more. Just inching further and further away from the Rowville uprights. As the ball's back up, I believe it's Evans doing a bit of relief rucking now against Noah Berg as footy's found his way out. Great tackle there by Fisher, and he's been rewarded for his efforts. Hunted down his opponents. Now he looks to the line to Wiedemann, but McDonald did well. Gee, it was stiff not to be given the free kick, but now the non-officiating umpire pays it. So it's the right call in the end, rewarding Cooper McDonald as he got in front of his man. McDonald is on the Collingwood VFL list himself, can now direct traffic, points forward and looks to go long, does just that. Big pack forming underneath, one of them was Wilcox, he got over the top of him, but now a hoofing talk, just going straight towards Wiedemann, but standing under it strongly. Taking the tackle was Mitch Gamble.
Kick and hope.
So it's 50 metres there, not giving him enough space was Kafiso. And he's been sent straight to the interchange bench after that. So
was it the man on the mark or was the guy?
Yeah, it was the man behind.
So he ran up too quick. He was just trying to do that sneaky little,
run down. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh well, he tried something and it didn't work. That's just
that's life.
That's it.
The 25-metre penalty paid. It means that I believe it will still be Gamble that will have foot in hand. Now it is, and it will look to kick from about. Maybe just beyond 50 metres out. Not much angle, but we do know that wind has dropped to 22 kilometres an hour, as we heard from Oscar Lakey before on the boundary. So here's Gamble to push the lead out to 32. Kicks on its way. It started left, won't quite come back enough, and that's out for behind.
Yeah, well, the impossible thing there, it's got to go against the wind there to succeed. So Gamble didn't read the play there with the conditions prevailing, so it's a minor score. Rowville extend their lead by one. They are 8-11, 59, leading Vermont 5-2, 32. 16 minutes gone, third term. Nice 1-2 grab effort there, and it's going to be Vermont. I think through Dunn, is it?
Yep.
Dunn's got it at centre back. He didn't look at the man of the mark and he walked straight into him, kicks it. Now the turnover ball to Martini, bounces his way to 50 and he went short instead of long, and the pass was too short of the leading player there, so maybe he got a bit excited, did Martini, after the smother, and his kick dribbles out of bounds into the forward pocket. We'll just do the boundary throw in before we go boundary side for comment. Rucks go at it. Wilcox comes in late, does win the tap, ground level ball. Martini again is involved. He can't burst through two tacklers and he's holding the ball, says the umpire. So too much was taken on. The hand pass going out wide. Mail gets it going. Now the long ball to the wing. If it comes out the back, maybe Vermont are in position to run on with Wiedemann there, but it's Spoil takes it out of bounds where the scoreboard is blaring in the darkness. It's very bright. 59 plays 32. Let's go to boundary side for comment.
James Ross has just come onto the ground. Almost his jumper's about to come off. It's torn by the shoulder. Might need a new jumper next game.
Rucks go at it. Showmakers and Ross, and it's going to be a off the ball free kick going to Greenwood, says the umpire. Not many saw apart from those umpire involved. And now is a free kick down the field for holding. So I'll have to look at who's going to get the free kick.
It's
because
a Vermont free.
Yeah, so the man, Dunn, I believe, was being held. So maybe he was... 28. Dunn was going to lead up, and the Roville defence was trying to be too smart by half. And it is Gordian who's conceding the free kick to Dunn. And there was no kick yet taken from the Vermont player at half back. So this is a big penalty. And Dunn will line up to close the gap.
Speaking of Dunn, Jake McLean done for the day.
Why am I not surprised?
Dunn, big kick, great goal. Vermont will celebrate, and maybe there's some momentum building for the Eagles. 6-2, 38, 21 points behind. That Rowville, 8-11, 58, 18 minutes third term. They kicked 3 of the last 4 goals, Vermont.
Yeah, and looking at it, with Rowville at one stage looking like they might blow this game out and could be 7 or 8 goals by this stage. They've really fought back, so they've been able to get a couple on the board, and they've kicked 6 from 8 scoring shots. So unlike Rowville, they have converted what they've had with their opportunities, Brash. So if that's something they can certainly take in.
They're definitely showing a bit of spirit here, Vermont. They're not chucking the towel in. They're trying things, and I don't care if they turn the ball over as long as they're trying.
There's a mark that's been found inside forward 50 now, and it's that man again, Oscar Dunn.
He's not done yet.
So Vermont had kicked 3 goals, 1 at halftime. They've kicked 3 goals, 1 in this quarter alone so far in the 19 and a bit minutes that have been played, and Dunn will look to add to that. So
in the game we did against Doncaster East, he played in the ruck and he played a terrific game that day.
So we'll be kicking from beyond 50 metres out, around a 45-degree angle. The kick's on, it's away, just will fall short as a pack of the square, and it's rushed over for a behind. So lead and cut down to 20 for Rowville. We said they'd left the door open, and still might be a chance for Vermont to break through. So Schruck will be given the duties to bring the footy out, and he'll dump it downfield. And there's another free kick there.
Just a push there, Chris, as well.
It's going the way of Rowville, okay.
Rowville? Oh, I thought it would go to...
No, is it Vermont?
I think
He's pointing the wrong way if it's Vermont.
Yeah, I think it's a Vermont free. It should be. But it looks like it's going to go to Rowville.
Well, Schruck looks like he's setting up for the footy.
Yeah, it's a Rowville
so get
free.
it to him.
It should be a Vermont
Initially, it looked like it was Vermont, but anyway, play continues. Everything must go on. So mark taken there by Martingale as he looks down the line. Hit as he kicked, and there's another whistle blown there. So a free kick for a late hit there on Martingale.
What did you see, Blake? Because everyone's confused. Vermont was celebrating the free kick.
I saw a push. I clearly saw a push, and a Vermont player fell.
And this Martina looks inside forward 50. It's a deep entry out the back, and the mark taken. The Hawks have a chance to steady the shoot once more here.
It's almost to sound like all the Vermont players stopped because they thought that they were going to get directly in front of goal, set shot. So anyway, you're going to play on, I guess.
And play on they did, and Taylor was out the back of the pack. Took the mark. He's on a sharp angle here, but it will favour the right footer as from about 15 metres out. He kicks and kicks truly. So it's a much needed one for the Hawks as Maverick Taylor gets his first of the day, moves his season tally to 15.
Boundary.
Does he go boundary side to Oscar Ludke?
Wiedemann off for Noah Burke, guys.
Yeah, that's a bit of a momentum buster, isn't it, Brash?
It certainly is, and look, that's what happens. You've got to, when you've got the momentum going your way, Gav, you've really got to take advantage of it. Vermont have probably only had 7 or 8 minutes of control in this quarter, but Rowville once again have been able to arrest the momentum and get it back on their terms.
And that's why you got to stay disciplined off the ball. If you're not contributing to the play, don't push your opponent over and let the umpire decide who deserves the next kick. Let the play out. That's why it was a silly free kick against Vermont in their own forward line. They had a 50-50 ball at half forward to contest. And anyway, it goes coast to coast after that free kick conceded. Kick goes out of the centre for Roville. Wilcox not positioned. He bundled over, tried to be the hand pass receiver. They're under a heap of pressure of the Eagles. Now it's in the hands of Roville. And an inboard pass finds it. Now they just find players in the open all the time. Gamble had it in his hands, had time to inspect all options in the corridor. Would you believe, all standing on his own was Swainston, and the man that kicked his first goal in senior football early in this term is looking for his second, but where was his man?
I've got to say, Martini has had a ripping game this afternoon. He's really got himself involved in the contest and provided many options for the Rowville forwards.
From 40 metres out, long ball, the umpire's going to fall over. Maybe in terms of he's that's excited, it's a goal to Swainston as the umpire nearly fell over his own feet. It's a goal. Rowville second to Swainston, and they kick away now, do the Hawks. 10 goals on the board, 10-11, 71. They lead Vermont 6-3-39, and we were talking about momentum going the Eagles' way. 2 quick answers in the last 2 minutes to Rowville extends them back to a 32-point lead.
Yeah, and I think the Eagles are in a bit of trouble now. I just don't know whereabouts they're going to find any more momentum, because I don't think Rowville are going to give them another chance to get back in this contest.
No, I don't either. So the Hawks are just closing out the quarters better at this stage as Shotmakers wins the tap. Greenwood's got it, left foot kick. He's pressured as he kicked it, but he finds the target. Here's Cooper Leon. What can he do now? We saw good signs from him in the first term as he looks inside 50. Plenty of Hawks underneath him. McDonald couldn't quite take the mark. Missed it altogether. In fact, there's now no real winner of the ball. But now they look to bring it out through Wood. Wood looks towards the boundary line, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
Well, Vermont can't hit a target in their forward 50. And then the ball, once it hits the ground, Rowville are just running the ball out of their back 6, out of their back 50 at will here.
As the wind's starting to pick up a bit more now, as we'll have the boundary throwing brought back in, and Rucks will go out. Ross taps it over his head. Johns' kick only finds the hands of Eichhoff. It wasn't 15 though, so it's forced to play on. Goes back to mid Schruck. Schruck through the middle, finds a teammate in Stapleton. Held up well, but Rowville have got plenty of runners. They're flooding forward here as the kick goes looking for the inside forward 50. Martini's around it. Repelled well by McCafferty. He gets it wide. Still looking to bring it out through Johns of the Eagles. He just sends a high kick that gets held up in the wing. Almost drops dead. Stapleton was under it. Couldn't quite bring it down with him. Maybe copped a shot to the face, but umpire calls for a ball up. So on the true centre wing on the far side here, just in front of the old scoreboard. As the Rucks will go at it once more. It's tapped down. Looking for Woody. Couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. We'll have now another ball up. So 6-3-39 plays 10-11-71. It's the Hawks by 32 as we're just about 25 minutes gone in this third term. Showmaker's got a big leap at it. Ross decided to stay down. The kick was smothered almost unknowingly by Coldcloud, and we'll have another ball up. So we're deadlocked in the centre of the ground here on the far side wing. As Ross and Showmakers do battle again, cancel each other out. It was off Suleimani. Now Greenwood picks it up, looks for Johns, gets it to him, but Coldcloud wraps him up in another tackle. So, no, that's not your stream stuttering and looping itself. We've just had that many balls up in a row. And we'll go for another one now. Ross. There's a free kick being given. So Ross has given away the free kick now. Showmakers will finally be able to get the footy out of there. The siren goes now. I won't be too happy, but Showmakers goes forward. Gets a shallow entry inside 50. It's off the fist. Out the back. Wilcox is around it. Gee, footy wouldn't quite sit up for him. The Hawks have the numbers now. Can they bring it out? They're looking to do so. It's on the right boot. Gee, well done. Goalkeeping on the goal line by the Eagles. And now they look to use the far side wing to bring it out, and they find a target. Ross doing just about everything his team is asking from him. Takes the mark, gets a handball off to Greenwood. His kick misses the target, standing under it and taking the intercept mark was Patrick Corfey. He did well. Steps inside onto the left, gets on the right, boot kick forward, off the fist. Now it's gone for, oh gee, the handball was just fumbled. It was a chance there. Rossi's back there again. Surprise, surprise. As now Corfey's in pursuit of the ball once more. Looks to go backwards to go forward. He gets it to Gamble. Gamble finds a teammate. So the Hawks can slow it down. They had the chance, but now the footy has a chance to come back in. as it's Blake Chambers. He's on debut as well. He'll look to have a shot on goal here from further than 50 metres. Kicks on its way. Does it have the distance? No, it's touched on the line.
How's that touched?
Just about. So we saw Swainson have a debut goal and thought that looks so fun I might try and do it myself, but not to be on this occasion.
I'd like to see the replay. Who was the one that touched his teammate?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably cost him.
Oh, you
Have a
wanted
few words
to have
about
a chat
that.
to him in the sheds.
Have a sense of occasion.
50 metres out on the boundary line. The only man that touched it last, if the goal umpire's right, was the Roville player. That's stiff for the young man, Chambers. So anyway, it's Vermont who will get the kick out, and Ross playing beautifully. Looking at options.
He's got none.
Goes in the middle. Finally, Wilcox, who likes to get on the end of passes. It's just the next ones that's a worry for the Eagles. He's looking both directions. Play a safe option. Go out wide. Who's there? John's coming in late. He's too small to be even a spoiler, but it goes to the ground level where it's picked off. And off go Vermont through Wood. Hand releases. Now the long ball inside 50. Pack goes up. The back of the pack, McCafferty. And Vermont hold up for now. Long ball. It looks like there's a lot of Hawks in this pack. Nearly 2 grabs at it. Ground level ball picked up by Burke. He releases hand pass. Gets to John eventually. Johns looks ahead. Long ball to Dunn underneath. It takes a big mark. There's a big fella. 50 metres out. Looks at options. Quick to play on. Smart play. Wiedemann late. Big grab. Forward. The defender came in from the front. Unlucky Wiedemann not to be given the free kick after spilling the mark. Or so it wasn't Wiedemann. It was...
Yeah, Wiedemann went
There
for
was
the
Wiedemann. Sorry, I'm doubting myself. Shouldn't do. Anyway, it's now the disputed ball at 10 metres out. Ruck contest, nothing came of it. And there's the siren for three-quarter time. It's the visitors, Rowville, setting themselves up to settle at top 4 position. 10-12-72, leading by 33 over Vermont, 6-3-39. We are concluding the round 12 here with a big encounter. Rowville leading by 33 points at three-quarter time. Keep it tuned in, and we'll get the fourth quarter underway at Vermont soon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Vermont Reserve, and we will be broadcasting online to 5 p.m. So it is 1 quarter to go in this round 12 encounter. We'll give the ladder that will complete the round of Premier Division, so you know where it all sits. But it looks like we're heading towards one winner, of course, but a big lead for Rowville, 10-12-72 at three-quarter time, leading Vermont 6-3, 39, 33-point margin. Major goals in terms of Rowville. Seth McDonald added a goal, so he's 3 goals. Swainston on debut, 2 goals, and then all singles elsewhere. And for Vermont, it's all single goal kickers, so we won't read them out yet. But let's go into our review of 3.
Yeah.
Before we get the coach maybe from one of the huddles, Ryan and Brash, what do you think of the third quarter leading into the fourth?
Honestly, I feel like, and we can criticise Vermont in bits and pieces, but the fact that at the end of the day, it is a very, very young side and across the board, and that is showing out on the field. And you compare it to Rowville, they've got some young players too, but some of their more experienced players are certainly made their impact. Martini now is becoming today he's been fantastic and he's becoming a very, very strong player for this side. The McDonalds are getting involved. I think they've done the right thing. They've moved some magnets around. Ross going into the ruck in the third term, Brash, I think was a good move just to try something different. And he, to his credit, has been sensational. And he gave him a bit of life in that quarter and kept them just alive. They're not going to win this game from here, but he kept the door open. And players like that, they're more experienced players. I think we've still seen a bit from them.
Yeah, look, like I said, I mean, look, they early in that quarter when Rowville took control.
Boundary.
Let's go down to you, Blakey.
Yep, just down with Matty. Down with Matty Adolf. Matty talked about 30 minutes and just finding a way. Is that the sort of message you're coming to this last quarter?
Yeah, we still can't go into our shells here. We've just got to find a way somehow. And I think if we get our ball movement going, then who knows what could happen.
And, you talked about, how good James Ross has been today. Are we going to be seeing him in the ruck yet again, or are we going to be seeing more back?
Oh, it'll be a week-by-week proposition, mate. Yeah, cheers.
No worries. Thank you.
Blake's voice, and I know this because he was out last night, has not got much left in the tank.
These Sunday games, maybe we have to think about personnel.
Yeah, Blake we might have to rule Blake out of Sunday finals.
Well, obviously Blake hasn't used my strepsils in a long time.
I'm actually needing instructions, Brash, so I'll love some more, but I know they're not cheap, so...
yeah, they're not cheap.
Look, guys, the Tigers got up. Let him enjoy it.
I just got the impression there off Matt Adolf that, it's almost like, okay, you've got to throw everything into it. Just give me 30 minutes of football, right? And, all right, if we at least go down fighting, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's exactly what he touched on about. And he touched on about a season-defining, game. It sort of is for Vermont, so that's what he was saying as well.
Ball's back up, and the Rucks will go out once more. Showmakers wins again. He's been brilliant so far today. Ball bounce over the head of Smith. Now Roville looking to bring it out. Clark got hands to the footy. Was wrapped up immediately by Johns.
Boundary.
We go boundary side, Oscar.
I was just there at the Rowville huddle there. They're keeping it pretty simple. Just want to control their ball movement in this last quarter. And they're in front of the game, so they just want to play it safe and hold on to the footy.
Showmakers plucked it out of the ruck. Now Martini looking to bring it out. Woods in pursuit of it. He's got a lot of pressure. So had to get a handball off quickly. Handball didn't really go to anyone. Now Roville looking to bring it out. Sweeping up is Gamble. He looks to go backwards so that his teammate can go forwards. There's a contest out the wing. Leon's there. Bounced away from him. Rossi's there as well. So is Clark. But the footy will get away. Here's Cooper Leon again. It was the last touch of the footy. Clark got to him, but just late. And the plays will continue. So the umpire said nothing doing as the kick from Hyder didn't find his boot. Still looking to bring it out, and we'll have a ball up in the forward pocket.
Well, a free kick was paid to Roville downfield like that. Leon was dragged down there. He should have been getting a free kick there.
It probably could have been high as well, Brushes. Looking to bring it out now. Jesus. Somehow it's been seen as a disposal there. As Schruck gets a handball out. Hawks still looking to bring it out as they go to the wing. Clark looked for the half volley. And gee, that bounced on the line. What are we going to have here? Looks like a...
No, that's...
Yeah, deliberate.
No, well, the umpire just put his hand up as it
No,
out of
it's a
bounds.
throw, yeah. Well, if it bounces on the line, I believe that counts as staying in. So
Apparently morally, it's a free kick against him. Play it. Just kicking it off the ground.
If you're going to have him that big of a clanger, maybe we need to give it back to the other team. But they've actually got it again. Grabbed it out of the ruck was Ross. He got flattened in a tackle. And so too did Stapleton. So we'll have another ball up. So.
And the precipitation has commenced, by the way.
What has?
The precipitation.
So Ross got it again.
The
Ross
rain,
does
mate.
well this time.
The rain.
Ross is wrapped up by Showmaker straight away. So Nick Showmaker's been an opposing figure so far today. James Ross is looking to match him in there. He looks a bit sore, and you can completely understand why. He's giving them everything he's got at the moment, the skipper, and he'll continue to do that as he wins a touchdown this time. Tats it to himself. He'll ruck and he'll rove. Gets it to Leon. Leon couldn't get boot to ball. It was a wild swinging right boot that missed it. Showmakers looks to get the handball out. Now Stapleton with the footy wrapped up. And we'll have another ball up.
James is really showing he's showing real signs of leadership here. He's trying his heart out here.
That's why he's the skipper, isn't it?
Yep.
And he does leap over Showmakers, but at ground level, it is going to be Rowville trying to get it out and going, but Wood couldn't find an open teammate, so it'll be a ball up just where it was only a moment ago.
Geez, brother was a good footballer too, Robbie Ross. He was sensational.
Yeah, saw Robbie in the crowd today.
Would love him in the rock now. Greenwood is the first to clear out of that contest. Ball inside 50. Nice mark in defence, and holding up again is Verrell. Long ball out to Stapleton. Well, a wider ball, should I say, and just before where that penalty line was intercepted the kick off the ground, he takes the mark just inside it. So Stapleton, long ball from half back to half forward, looking for Showmakers to come in late. He does come in late enough, off hands though, says the umpire, so no mark on the second grab. Verrell uses his teammate, but the Wilcox in the way temporarily, goes through his legs. He has to be the tackler, so it's at centre forward with Taylor. Taylor's hand pass release, can't get it going too quickly. Now they're off Rowville, long ball, ill-directed, no teammates for the Hawks, and only a Vermont defender there to mop up. Puts it long to where the numbers are with Rowville. Ground level, picking himself up was Taylor. Gets into his grasp. Now the quick flying shot from the Hawks player. Long ball, just touched on the line from Clark from 55. Well, is that a 50 or is it a 45 here, Brash? But it's
45.
So that was a 50-metre kick, just intercepted before it went through the goals for a minor score. Let's go boundary side as it's a 34-point lead to Rowville.
Slight signs of rain down here, guys. I'll let you know if it continues.
Yeah, the key indicators of the wetness you're feeling, as it's now a kick for Rowville, as they've got maintaining possession as the kick out was ill-directed. So long, kick into the man on the mark. So the great smother by just being in the way there by Fisher. The tackle applied. Gordian slips out now. It's the kick goes backwards, and we'll keep hold of it, Rowville. They're trying to muck it up, but they just can't at the moment. It's still in the hands of Wood on the bounce. Short pass. Will this be on the full? Yes, it is. So finally, clear play to Schruck. Schruck now wheels onto his right. Long ball inside 50, hoping for the pack to form his way. Late coming in was McDonald, who hits the ground. Martini hand passes it blindly, but it finds a teammate, funny enough. But he's wrapped up in the tackle, is that player. And it's got to be against Roby, is it? And it's holding the ball. He kicked the first goal of the day, but he couldn't be elusive that time. So it's Vermont now, just through the long kick out. Johns try to get it to Wiedemann, flies late, ground level. Rowville full of run. They just get out of the clinches there. Pass finds Wood. Wood on the wing. Looks at it, options, got another short again. And that man Schruck, who driving ball. This time it's a bit pulled, and it didn't find a teammate. It's been chopped off by Dixon. We haven't seen enough of him today.
No, he's done nothing today.
So they will temporarily halt the forward foray, and the short pass finds Burke.
Let him know, Brash, let him know.
So Noah Burke will assess his options now. Look to switch the play with a long kick down the far side wing. It's a 1v1 or a 2v2 there. Jim Mark probably should have been taken. Now socket off the ground inside the forward 50. It's just on the edge. And there's a free kick being awarded for high contact. So the Hawks will have a chance to regain possession here.
When you're a senior player and you're a high point player, you've got to bring something. And if you haven't bought it, then you've not done your job.
So they'll look to go wide from Gamble. Kick went through the legs, looking to pick it up with Showmakers at his feet. Did well. Will Verrill got the ball now. Wilcox intercepted, gets it to Burke, gets it back to Wilcox. Wilcox back to Ross. One don't argue, gets a handball forward. Still ball in contention here. Is it being kept in bounds? Just not quite. Zykov couldn't keep it in there, so we'll have a boundary throw in.
Oscar, it's getting a bit wild out there. Weather report, please.
Yeah, it is. It is getting a bit wild down here. The wind's picking up. The rain's starting to come down a bit heavier. Everyone's starting to move under covers, and I don't blame them.
So Ross has given away a free kick here. You can see the ripped collar of his shirt flailing down by his shoulders as Clark gets it, steps into the left foot, now steps it forward. There's a pack forming under, plenty of leaders. One was McDonald, now Verrill gets it over the top, riding the tackle, and well wrapped up there in defence by Jaden Pay.
Clark, he just seems to have so much time when he takes the ball.
He's a classy operator, isn't he, Rush?
Oh my God, yeah.
We saw him excellent against East Ringwood when they knocked them off for the first time this season. And the umpire called for the ball before it got out, so really, really good user of the footy. 6 inside 50s a game, 24 touches. Yeah, 8 times in best so far.
And quite honest, Chris, I reckon Ben Wise would be happy just to play tempo football here for the last 20 minutes. Yep. Because Vermont are not threatening them in any way whatsoever on the scoreboard.
No, they're not going to.
That's exactly right. And, Vermont's going to dictate the tempo which this game is played at. And if they're not up to it, then why be there yourself? As Verrill was sliding, couldn't quite get a boot to ball. And he's been pinged for an incorrect disposal. So will be Vermont bringing it out more or less on their goal line.
Well, the fact is, it's been 9 scoring shots to 23. So
I think it tells a tale, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And it could have been a lot.
Could have been much worse.
Dobell finally gets the ball moving. Fisher, handball release. Trying to go through the middle, Vermont. Smith's there in the middle. Oh, sorry, that's Hyder seeking the ball, and he got it. And now out wide. Johns gets onto his right foot as he prefers. Long driving ball, done. Couldn't fly in the right direction. So it'll be Roville mopping up last line, waxing the 2 players. The kicks, it's a terrible one in the boot, and that man Hyder right in great position, and the ball found him standing all alone 40 metres out as the defence got lost. They were trying to run it out, and the kick, you just see on the replay, beautiful replay captured there by LK.
He just shanked the kick,
team.
Really.
And there, they just hooked back into the corridor, and Hyder, Jordan Hyder from 40 metres out, long ball, right post, beautifully judged kick. It's a goal, bit of a highlight for Vermont, but it might be all too late. 7-3, 45, trailing by 28. Rowville, I've lost that, 10-13, 73, 9 minutes gone, 28-point margin. We'll get Blake Tennant on the bound line with comments.
Just had an announcement then for the loudspeakers at the bar's still open, the canteen shutting, and telling us the AFL scores, which is great. So, right on to the announcer.
Look out for everyone.
One of the Kangaroos lost today.
They did.
Melbourne got all over him today.
I think Tristan Cherry's set for about a 4-week stint on the sideline as well, because he absolutely knocked someone out. So, anyway. Ross went up, couldn't quite get it, and Showmakers won, but it goes backwards, so Vermont sent it forward now. Deep entry inside their forward 50, and Burke standing under it.
Did you notice they said, did North Melbourne loss, not win?
Not a great Sunday for you, Brash.
Oh, well, got to take the good with the bad, Gav. As long as I'm with me mates, calling football, that's all that matters.
Brash, you've seen a lot of success. I don't think I've ever seen success from my local club. So
Noah
enjoy
Burke's kick from about 50 out, 45-degree angle. That is absolutely beautiful from Noah Burke. Gets his second of the day. Kicked one in the last term.
Well, while we're talking about North Melbourne and announcements, the margin has actually got back to 22 points. So look if they can.
When the rain, it was there in the third quarter though as well. So
it did. Well, that's important that even if they don't win this game, they are finishing it out strong. There is percentage at the end of the day as well, which is important. So the last thing they want to do was lose this game by 9 or 10 goals.
If we were on Channel 7, they'd go to the live ladder or something.
Yeah.
So the rain's falling, boys. Come on, Vermont need to get going here.
As ball up. Ball, heap of players miss it, but the quick kick forward by Dixon, high up and under, that'll draw rain. Oh, it's already here. And now the bounce of the ball doesn't find Dunn on the full, so he trails after it, tries to share it with a teammate. It's now, it's a fierce bit of rain now. So this will be a hotly disputed ball in the pocket, but no one wins out, and the ball up 40 metres from Vermont's goals. They've kicked last two in quick succession. 22-point margin, 11 minutes gone, fourth term. Kick off the ground. That one has gone straight out on the full, so not smart, but it's going to be a free kick to Tyson, or is it someone else who'll get... Fisher looks like he's in position to have this kick at 50 metres out. Don't know what his chances are when it's a big wind pulling it back in his directions. He goes to the goal square. Is there a marker? Underneath it, there's a push out, and this time it's against the Eagles, and Rowville happy to see the umpire blow the whistle for McDonald to take the free kick pushed out in the marking contest. So McDonald loads up long ball out of defence. Players falling over, trying to get towards the ball. Tyson was trying to get onto it at the end, but it's seen out back where Fisher kicked the ball only a moment ago. Half forward for Vermont. If they can get another goal, is there a
it will make Rowville very nervous if they get the next one.
It will indeed. As the boundary throw-ins come in, it's Ross doing the ruck work and winning at that. Colclough's around the footy, couldn't quite get it. Greenwood left foot just throws on the boot. Was looking for a teammate in height, but the intercept mark was taken well by Mitch Gamble. He's been serviceable today.
Rainey's definitely picked up here, boys. It's it's not.
Someone get Blake Tennant an umbrella, please. So as the ball goes down the wing, Wilcox over the back, smothered. Taylor's attempt to mark it. Coming down with the footy now was Burke. Oh, not Burke, sorry, but as a matter of fact, it was Brian, and he was wrapped up. So we'll have another ball up. True centre wing on the far side, just in front of the scoreboard there, as we can see, 51 plays 73. As Vermont bringing it out through Dixon, he just hoofs it on the right boot, and that's gone almost into the cricket nets, I think is what is over there. So Cooper McDonald's just had enough of waiting for the footy to get back over the fence, and he says, I'll do it myself, as he leaves the
he didn't trust the lady with the umbrella to go and pick it up.
Well, I'll tell you what, he'll probably be thinking, gee, get me back to VFL level where we have people to do this for us. So McDonald's back from his short venture over the fence. Yeah, we had a player go over the road yesterday, but no, we've got McDonald coming back from over the fence today. So
I heard he planted some flowers.
It's a true story, I told you guys. True story.
McDonald looks wide. The kick was just fall short of the forward 50 out. Looking to bring it out was Martini. He was wrapped up excellently in the tackle, and that's holding the ball, Josh Spencer.
He's had a good game, Martini. I know he's got caught a few times, but I don't mind that because he's trying to make things happen, and you'd rather a player do that.
He's exactly right. As Josh Spencer looks forward, pack forming under it. A few flyers. One of them was Wiedemann. He couldn't take it cleanly. Cooper McDonald dropped back, dropped in between the defenders, and now gets it to a teammate who goes forward. Wilcox is under the footy, gets two hands to it. Well taken mark. The big man out the back. So now Wilcox chips into the middle. Bit of a script kick. The Hawks have numbers. Plenty of bodies around it, slipping with the footy, appeals for holding the ball, but the umpire will call for it. Understandable given the conditions.
I think moving forward, Vermont are going to find a way to get Sam Wiedemann more into the contest. There's no point bringing a player if he's ilk to the club if he's only going to get 6 or 7 touches, right, and not have any influence.
And especially if they're only looking for him in their brush, as we saw at the start of the game, it's a bit too easy to just lump bodies around him. So
that's right.
Cooper Leon's got the footy now. He'll be lining up for a set shot.
If he puts this through, it is going to be a tough kick in these conditions.
8 goals, 3 today. Vermont have been very accurate, so he'll look to make that 9 goals 3 and cut this down to 16. From over 50 out, dead in front. Kick is staying left and will be punched onto the point post. So
that's an okay result.
Yeah, not bad.
It's an okay result, but they should have known better. You got a kick to the right end goal post here before.
Yeah. But we'll have a boundary throw in, so the footy's locked in the forward pocket for Vermont at this stage. Wiedemann will do the ruck work. He'll do it against Matt Evans. Evan wins the tap. It's come down. There's a Vermont play with the footy. Gets a handball out. Leon's around it. Stumbled. Couldn't quite pick up the Sharon. Now plenty of bodies around it. Going to ground was Evans once again. And we'll have another boundary. We'll have another ball up, I should say. So
at least Matt Adolph will be really happy the way Vermont are fighting the game out here at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yep, so 20 metres out, 45-degree angle from goal as the ball goes up. Showmakers was around it. It is a kick was Colclough. Clark applying pressure, looking to bring it out through Wood, and he's wrapped up immediately. A bit of a cagey affair as we'll get ready to do it all over again. Dunn back in the ruck this time with Showmakers getting the tap. It's a brilliant ruckman, Showmakers, for someone who Gives up a bit of size to his opponents on a lot of weeks, but he's been more than serviceable today. He's seen him dominate that ruck contest against Dunn, but this time Dunn wins it. We're going to bring out through Martingale, I should say, apologies. Was that touch? It looks like a nutmeg McDonald and it's gone through.
Hyder.
My goodness, that's definitely one of the more interesting goals you'll see in your time around the local footy leagues. Is Catfish Davis Harrigan has a smile on his face. That's Hyder's second of the quarter, second of the day, and 16 points.
It was hide and seek.
He's accidentally overrun that.
Wow. Kevin McDonald won't want to see that one again anytime soon.
He looked at the umpire and said, please bail me out.
Please.
And
it was through to the keeper, past the keeper.
Yeah, somehow sneaks through. But what's the margin now?
16?
16 points. That's incredible.
17 minutes gone, fourth term. You never know. Footy's a funny game when momentum gets going, but it's Rowville straight out of the middle. Can they quickly answer? Punch goes forward. They've got all the Rovers. Martini's one of them. He couldn't pick it up, but he's still bent over the ball at centre forward. He picks it up, and the tacklers wait for him to do it, then they get onto him.
Sylvan did it yesterday. They kicked 7 goals to 2 in the last quarter and won by a point.
There'll be a sense of urgency if Vermont get the next goal. Greenwood's over the top of it. He's been tackled to the ground, and it's a ball up 50 metres from goal.
How could you not talk about them? You can't help it.
But it is a big 3 to 4 minutes here for Roville to steady the ship. Can't just defend now for the rest of the game. There's still another 10 minutes left.
They're not
got to get one back.
Yeah, they're not clearing fourth.
So Jane Ross trying to get onto it and spark something out of the middle against Show and Markers. The ball's been bundled out of the pack, but there's a huge pack trailing it. And there's the players, Rowville. They're almost looking a bit fatigued. The wet weather, the wet ball. There's a push off, and it's so obvious. It's late to the contest, and James Ross falls over as Showenmakers bundles him over.
Steam trained him.
So long ball through the middle. This could open up if it can fit into the hands of Dixon. He lets it go in front of him. It drifts its way into the 50. Big possession here. It is now Hyder. He's kicked 2 this term. Backs it up. Is it holding the ball? It wasn't over the shoulder. He took on too much, did Hyder, but he was the only one inside 50 for Vermont. But he couldn't.
Exciting.
I didn't have an issue with that. I'm glad he tried to take him on.
So the kick goes wide, not too wide for Roville, but Wilcox again puts himself in good position, keeps it to the ground where Vermont had a chance, but it will be a kick backwards. And they're slowing it down now, Roville.
You almost feel like that Vermont sense they're still in it, slightly.
Wood, he really didn't want to be the man, had to mark it, but the kick went straight at him, so he takes the mark. He uses the chest just because the wet ball is now a bit soapy. So Wood, long ball, as long as he can make it, half forward. Only one flyer right in front of us, and it was nicely taken by Evans. With the wet ball, he made there was no nuisance, the wetness of that ball. And Evans, now long, goes into the pocket, hoping for a mark as the pack just stand underneath it at the back. This could be a game ender if it goes their way, but it's bundled over nicely by Dubé. Dubé was late to get in there, but he just a timely interception. Minor score, it's 74, plays 58. I think it's a 16-point margin as we approach time on in this fourth quarter.
So we're just about ticking over to the 20-minute mark in this fourth term as McDonald fakes one way and there's
a throw
in the waters. They got the footy to G. Drop the footy. That should be 25. You're right, Brush. Very lucky to get away with one there as Dixon has ball in hand. Just pumps the kick wide. Gee, there's Hawks underneath. They both spoil each other. Footy dropped out the front of the pack. Rowville with the numbers. They'll have to go backwards to go forward through Eichhoff, who got hunted down.
Good tackle there by James Ross.
Very well done by James Ross. And if anyone's going to drag his side even remotely close to the line, it's going to be him.
It's a wet ball, 50 metres.
He's got to aim inside that right goal post and let the wing carry it across.
So here's Ross. He'll be kicking from more than 50 out on a slightly greater than 45-degree angle. Arcs to the right. The kick starts right. It's coming back. Does it come back across? Not quite. Didn't come back enough. So a minor score.
Smart kick.
16-point margin now. 9-4 plays 10-14. So Rowville will have the ball. It will be Schruck to bring it out. It will just send a kick down the corridor. Makes it to the halfway line, if there was one. And the Hawks now still with a chance to keep the footy, and they just get it forward. Play a bit of the territory game. Clarkson Pursuit couldn't quite get there himself.
3-2-1's going to be an interesting one today.
Definitely will be.
There hasn't really been one real standout player, has there? I haven't seen one.
We'll wait for the ball to be brought back in. And it will be done now. Showmakers against Ross. There's one of the men putting up his hand for the best on ground voucher, but he'll be evaded in the tackle now as they look to go forward, do the Hawks, and more than happy to just see the ball go down that way.
I've liked Clark and Martini for Rowville.
Yeah.
And then I think Ross has been clearly Vermont's best
player. Yeah, they could be the three, I think.
So the Hawks have only managed 2 behinds in this 4th term. Won't matter though as long as they can hold on, as tap went down to Spencer, who just looked to get a kick out anywhere, really hit the deck. Rover will send it back inside 50 on the rebound. Wilcox went for the punch in the conditions. Martini's in pursuit. So too Spencer, and we'll have a boundary thrown in the forward pocket.
That'd be the only concern for Ben Wise, because this is 3 weeks in a row, right, where they've really struggled in the last quarter.
They finished games out.
Yep. Well, in their defence last week, they were down a few rotations, but you are right, Brash. It is certainly starting to become a trend, and not a trend that you'd want to be taking to the pointy end of the season at all. We'll have another boundary throw in here in the forward pocket. We haven't really moved either way. As it comes in now, Rux will go at it. It's done in there this time for Vermont. Kick will just go over everyone's head. Kafiso was jumping. He couldn't quite get there. Verrill took a bump around the footy. Smith looking to bring it out. And Greenwood applies the tackle. So a 40 out from Roville's uprights.
Well, the aim here next year is Vermont will be hoping to have a night game here next year. Maybe this fixture next year could be a night game.
Twilight game, perhaps.
It's a night game now.
Yeah, I know. But a fair dinkum... Yeah, well, you know what my thoughts are on it.
You don't want it.
I was going to say, they've organised it just for Brash.
Of course not.
So they'll have a ball up here. 45 out from the uprights of Rowville as Rice will go at it. It's Evans this time, tapping it out. Martini just got a handball off Wilcox. Couldn't quite get there. Kafiso's got the footy for Vermont. We're just throwing on the right boot. It looks like it's going to hit the deck. In fact, Nashua Woods underneath it. He can't get it. A slide tackle there. Couldn't quite bring it out. Leone goes off the ground again. His footy's turning into soccer here at Vermont Rec Reserve as we go forward inside 50 again for Rowville. It's out the back of the pack, leading up. Handball over the top from Swainston. Around it was Taylor. His kick couldn't quite get air where he wanted it to. Now they'll look to bring it out once more. Johns will just have to get it on the right boot and does well calmly. Look to find a teammate, but brilliantly cut off by Nashua Wood. There was just no call for Tyler Dobey. No way for him to know that he had a man closing him down. And Wood comes across the flight of the ball and takes a brilliant mark. And now from our camera angle, looks like he's just taking a breather on the Vermont bench.
Well, he was late into the camera the first time.
So Wood emerges now. He's a couple steps in from the boundary line. He'll kick from about 40, 45 out. It's on its way. Looks good. Will it carry? Yes, it will. Nashua Wood gets his second of today. And that's going to be all she wrote for this game as a contest. Pushes a scoreboard out to 9-4-58, plays 11-14-80. Rowville are certainly deserving of the 22-point lead as Wood gets his second of the day.
Yeah. Almost a mirror image of the score last week against Doncaster East. It was 11-14 to 8-8. So, you know, look, Vermont, they've hung in there as best they can this afternoon with a very young squad. And, look, they've tried manfully.
So as we near the end of this round 12 game, and it's going to be a Rowville victory which will solidify their position in the top 4 and build a big buffer into the 6th, 7th and whoever can make the top 5. It seems like they're going for one spot as Rowville try to get it out of the middle. High up and under, running towards his goal and underneath it. Nice mark taken by Swainston, who's kicked 2 goals in the 3rd term, and he's looking very deliberate from 50 metres out on the right flank, or he's going to put it to the teeth of the goal. He puts it to the goal square, hoping for some flies. It drifted off into the pocket, and reading it news, well, McDonald thought he took the mark, but the boundary umpire said you were out of play when you did so, and it'll be a turnover free kick to Vermont. Long ball out of defence, just hoping for Fisher to run onto it. He hand passes it forward, bouncing ball, finds a teammate. Now got Johns at half back running onto it. He puts a high up and under if he found a dead end on his run. His kick can't be marked by a teammate, but ground level ball nearly snared from Hyder. He gets pushed over late in the contest, and the umpire did see it that well. So
I reckon about half a minute to go.
So Hyder's got the free kick. He goes out wide, and less than that, Brash, because that is the siren. It is the full time here at Vermont Reserve, but it's the visitors coming away with the 4 points. Rowville 11-14-80 defeated Vermont 9-4-58 in round 12. The goal kickers for Rowville, the winners. Seth McDonald kicked 3. Thomas Swainson on debut kicked 2. So did also Wood. Singles to Colclough, Evans, Taylor and Roby. And for Vermont, 2 goals to Hyder in the last quarter, joined Burke on 2 goals. Singles to Dunn, Smith, Leon and James Ross. And Wiedemann kicked in the first term a goal, but we didn't see enough of him in the next 3 quarters. It is a big victory to Rowville. We'll get some comment from the boys before we potentially get an interview and wrap this up.
Yeah, definitely. It was the side who was clearly the better side walks away with the win. When you look at their scoring shots again, that's 25-13. Vermont were accurate when they did get those shots inside 50 and made the most of some of their opportunities, Brash. But at the end of the day, Rowville looked at just a little bit more experienced out there. I know they've got some younger players too, but compare that to Vermont's list, a lot of young guys running around.
Yeah, look, and look, take nothing away from Rowville. They were able to play the game on their terms, right? And however, look, Vermont can still take a lot out of this game. As I said earlier, I think they've got to find...
Boundary.
Go on, Blakey.
Yep, just got 2 of the Rowville stars here. We got Matt Martini and, of course, Josh Clark. Terrific game. We won't hold you too long. It's raining, and I know you want to sing the song, but can you just talk about the performance? It was a massive win. Big day, standalone game. How does that one feel?
Yeah, really good. It's just good to have 22 contributors today, especially like new boys coming in, Chambo, Swanger as well for their debuts, and yeah, we just executed as a team, and that's when we're playing as a team, it's just hard to beat, so it's good.
We talked to Wisey, and it's been an up and down season, you would say. A big win, of course, and you got to back it up against a really good South Croydon side in 6 days, of course. So definitely need the recovery, of course, because you've played a stellar game. What are your plans on that? What's the recovery look like from now?
Sunday game doesn't help recovery for most boys, but tonight just have a nice cold bath. Get all the boys drinking some water, and tomorrow get moving, and just get ready for next week.
Yeah, mate, congratulations on the performance. What do you put it down to?
Just team footy, I think. There was no individual efforts there. It was just all playing as a team, and it worked in the end.
And obviously you've got Blackburn after South Croydon next week. How do you prepare for Blackburn? They're second on the ladder.
Yeah, they're really tough, but we'll prepare like we usually do. And if we play the sort of way we did today, then I reckon we can knock them off.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
Thanks to Oscar interviewing Josh Clark and Martini interviewed by Blake there. I think there's not much more time. We've got 5 minutes. We'll do the ladder in a couple of moments, but let's wrap up this game. Maybe get some recall on who you think the top 3 are. If it includes those 2, let's wrap up the votes there.
I'll go first, Gav. I mean, look, I think, I thought Martini for mine was the best on the ground today. I thought he was in most of the contests in the first half. All right, he got caught with the ball a few times, but he was trying to make it.
Sorry, guys. Do you want the song? Do we have time for that?
If you can get it.
Okay.
We'll see what the audio's like.
Yeah.
We'll get Lee at LKL Media seeing if the audio comes
and then go
through.
grab the goalpost padding covers again after that.
But don't broadcast it. Just go get them.
I'm cutting them off. I'm taking them over to the mailbox on the other side of the road.
Three to Martini. Clark, obviously, the general in the middle. I thought he steered his side well throughout the day.
Here we go. The Hawks, the winners, Rowville winning, solidifying top 4 Premier Division. They're happy in the away rooms here at Vermont. Here's the Rowville song. The fans are excited. They should be, because it's over a great enemy. Here they are, Rowville victors over Vermont.
song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, Celebrating Lives. Great to see them belting that one out for the Hawks. Big win for them, Gav.
Yeah, I think Brash, I don't think we'll go with, you just wrap it up. Who is the best three?
Martini 3, Josh Clark 2, and I'm putting James Ross in for Vermont for 1.
I think we'll probably go unanimously around, but Matt, you've got some thoughts about the game today, Matt Lee?
Been turned on, yeah. Good to be back. Yeah, look, in the end, Rowville just did the job. They got the job done. That was simple. What they had to do, we spoke about at half-time. They were very good. It was a domination in the middle of the ground, and that's what translated into the contest. Their defensive work was good, and then their forward pressure was the difference in the game. They laid so many tackles and their pressure. So, for me, 3 votes was definitely Matt Martini. I thought Josh Clark was superb as well, and a player that I thought was really good early, kicked 3 goals, and really set the game up for him up forward. I thought Seth McDonald was terrific today.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Let's just finish up. I think you two have got it right. Let's just go through the score today and finish up. Rowville 11-14-80 defeated Vermont 9-4-58. The ladder in the Premier Division after 12 completed games, 12 rounds done. It's East Ringwood, surprise losers this weekend. 12 games, they're on 40 points, so too are Blackburn. Then it's Baldwin on 36. Rowville with their 7th victory go to 28. Noble Park in the top 5 as it is tonight. They are on 6 wins. Doncaster East and Vermont on 5 wins. Then it's South Croydon 4 wins as my phone decides to go to sleep. Berwick in second last on 12 points, and Mitcham with the only one win this year. But recapping, East Ringwood and Blackburn top 2 with 10 wins apiece. Baldwin 3rd, Rowville 4th, 2 games behind Baldwin, but 2 games clear of 6th. So that's just how the ladder sits, and how do we read that before we close out, guys?
Well, I think that 5th spot is still up for grabs. I don't know whoever... I feel like the side that does finish there is a long way off it at the moment. The top 4 seems to be a step ahead at the moment, so we'll see how it all plays out. But for me... you'd say Noble Park would probably be the more consistent of the 3 sides. But, then again, they lost by 90 points yesterday, so there is a bit of a gap.
So I think it's... Chris, it was great broadcasting with you today. Any final thoughts before we see today's game out?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, of course, in the callers show. I think it was a good one. Obviously, like we said, I think we've alluded to it so many times, 5th place is kind of the one that's up for grabs at the moment, but it's good for Rowville. Obviously, they still have a few things to work on themselves with the way that they're closing out games and whatnot, but I'm sure they'll be able to shore that up before finals. But yeah, happy to be here and happy to get through another good game of Prem Division footy.
And thanks to Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long in special comments. You had a big weekend, boys.
Thank you very much, Gavin.
Yes, thanks, Gav. My window mirror of the car got smashed yesterday, so fingers crossed when I go find my car this afternoon, the other one hasn't gone. But, yeah.
And thank you to the boys on the boundary, Blake Tennant and Oscar Lutke, at a great contribution. We even had accurate weather
there's a
calls.
bloody mirror.
It was
that from a footy or was that from the...
We don't know, but I want justice either way. I want to find out what's happened to it.
Crime Stoppers alerts.
Yeah. And thanks, Matt Lee, just hearing him off.
Yeah,
thanks again,
thanks,
mate.
boys.
And credit always goes to LKLM Media for their brilliant broadcast. And Kate on the camera again, I think it was.
Megan,
sorry.
Megan.
Oh, pardon me. Megan,
Kate on boundary for the women's yesterday, and Megan on camera yesterday for the women's, and at Whitehorse as well, so she's done a triple header.
Yeah, always great. Always great on the camera. And thanks, Lead, for your contribution. As we close off EFNL for round 12, Rowville the winners today by 22 points over Vermont. Come back to us again next Saturday for more EFNL football.